Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Cornwall Park for the grand final of the New Zealand Over-50s Interprovincial Tournament. We've got Auckland versus Districts in today's final. You can see the players walking out towards the middle now. Still about 5 or 6 minutes away from the start of play, probably. Just making some last minute adjustments, but all is in readiness for a wonderful final today. It's a warm day here in Cornwall, a little bit of cloud around, but I think that will disappear during the day. The third and fourth playoff has already begun. That's between Wellington Tasman and Canterbury Otago. Wellington Tasman won the toss there and they decided to field, and it's been a good start from the mainlanders. Craig Gibb and John Gary still going after 15 overs of play. 67 without loss they are over there. Craig Gibb on 26, John Gary on 36 with 3 fours and a couple of sixes. It's a good solid start from Canterbury Otago. Interestingly, those are the two teams that contested last year's final, and they find themselves playing off for third and fourth this year, while the two teams that played off for third and fourth last year are playing for first and second this year. So all four teams very evenly matched so far. Each team won one and lost one of their first two games. And that made the games yesterday effectively semi-finals, which Districts and Auckland won. Hence the final today. Yesterday, Adrian Dale scored a wonderful 101 not out as Auckland chased down their target of 234, rather clinically, really, only losing 4 wickets in the process. Meanwhile, Districts also pulled off a wonderful chase, chasing 267 to win. And they did that with a couple of overs to spare, so it's going to be a clash of two excellent batting sides, and also each side has some good bowling options as well. Bevan Jenkinson's alongside of me. Good morning, Bevan. What have you made of the tournament so far?
Morning, Jim. Morning, listeners, viewers. It's been a really good tournament, Jim. 3 cracking days of cricket. It has been very evenly contested. Not surprised that these two teams are in the final. Any of the 4, as you've stated, deserve to be there. But based solely on yesterday's results with those 2 great epic chases, they do deserve to have been to have made it through. Adrian Dale's 101 was very clinical, to use your own words, Jim. Off 111 balls, I think he ran 9 threes yesterday, 4 of them his own, so most of them were somebody else's. Reece Henderson though with the ball, 5 for 53 tournament record. So
that's right, and he's the leading wicket taker so far in the tournament with 10 wickets. Was also the leading wicket taker in last year's tournament, interestingly.
No, I'm moving.
So it's going to be Dean Askew starting the Auckland attack today. And it's going to be Garth Littlejohn facing up to him. Here we go. Off the mark straight away with a nice push through point. Won't go to the boundary, but they'll run 2. Now I've got one of the district's players alongside of me. That's Dean Bush. Good morning, Dean. How are you?
Morning, Jim. Very well, thank you. Very well. I think everyone today is nursing a few. Well, it's like spot the player that doesn't have any aches and pains today. To be fair, it's Dean Askew comes on the ball. Just defended out to cover. Dino. Only available for these for the last 2 games, and knocked the top off the mainlanders order yesterday with some early wickets. So we'll be keen to do our best to make sure that doesn't happen again today. Not as warm today, Jim. With the sun not blinding through yet.
No, bit of cloud, but I think it's going to burn off or disappear, or at the very least it won't be cold and it won't be wet.
No, it's very pleasant, very pleasant.
Weather's been fantastic over the course of the tournament.
Dean Askew coming in the bowl again. Just collided to gully for no run. We're just having a chat with Adrian Dale before the game. We're just having a yarn about the running between the wickets and gapping it. I think it is Century yesterday suggesting he hit 4 boundaries, so running lots of 2s. It's a big panic.
And 3s, which we made mention of a lot yesterday. A lot of 3s.
That one has worked through a mid-wicket. There's a field around on the boundary, and it is whistled in.
Spencer Day, who's we've mentioned quite a few times through the tournament, he's fast across the ground, is a great pickup, and he flings it in sidearm, so he saves half a second with his throwing style, and he's got a great arm, he can throw right from the boundary, which is a bit of a rarity at this age group.
To Bert, a little bit of extra bounce on an occasion. Was the extra bounce, or Bert clearly not quite as tall as Garth, but was just defending it out to point. So Bert's elevated himself up the order from 3 today after a successful knock yesterday, 40 odd, at a good clip, 48 at a good clip. That one's beaten him outside off stump and through to the keeper. So good pay. Dean Askew's 6'4" maybe, and still runs in and still bowls with at a reasonably at a good clip. And it's carried nicely through to the keeper and beaten the outside edge.
Well, Afisa Tanu, the keeper, he must be standing about probably 15 plus yards back, and he took that reverse cup up around his throat. So it climbed through after it had beaten the batsman. So yeah, good pace from Dean Askew. It's going to be Mark Robinson opening from the showgrounds end. He's back in the team today, missed out yesterday. So we get to see the Robinson double pump again.
Yeah, smart use of the score.
the district side gone in that regard, Dean?
In terms of freshness and fitness, I would say everybody is carrying niggles, quads, hamstrings, shoulders, rubber bowls. Just leg on the pad dropping down the front of Garth, there's no single. So yeah, look, everybody is carrying some injuries that, look, you know, as we've mentioned the other day, the odds of someone squinting on the ball, picking it up cleanly, whistling it in the stumps is lengthening by the day as we get through the tournament. So it'll be interesting to see how both teams go about the fielding today. Saw my goals. Cuts, upper sling, backward points, running away down towards the boundary. It's been hauled in. Is that Spencer again down there?
Yep.
Yes.
I think so.
I think, yeah, so at the point back to point, Spencer may even be asked to run out to square leg if there's a pull shot to fetch the ball as well. We'll see with the pace that he's he is quick.
Garth Littlejohn is the third leading run scorer in the tournament so far. He's knocked up 133 runs at 44.
No ball and driven through cover points. We'll just get one. We'll get one, and that brings Bert Horn on the strike to face the freebie. Now I could safely predict that long off would go out here, centre rugby's pretty good, bring it fine leg up, and long on and long off are being dispatched, because after the single, the change of batsman, they're permitted to change the field, so a couple of points going out to the boundary, long and long off are going out. It's a pretty safe bet that Bert will be advancing down the pitch at this delivery.
Free hit, of course, for all no balls in this tournament. And batsman on strike, Bert Horner, his teammate Dean Bush, seen him back quite a bit, predicting that he's going to go forward of the wicket.
Yeah, look, he had a warm-up match with October, and Bert ran down the pitch at Kingston Smith, having had the previous ball whistled around his ears, and ran down the pitch and put him into the tennis courts on the back over his head. This is just swipe that out to mid-wicket for a single.
Oh!
With Dean Askew whistling the ball in over the stumps. It was tight, but they got him.
Feel it, Dino!
And we go back to normality.
Oh, that gets over there.
And Garth is just easing forward and gently driving that one down the middle off the long run.
So who's not playing out of your 14 today, Dean?
So we have left out Grant Hall and Dave Fulton today. This one to wide mid on for a single by Garth. Yeah, again, managing resources, looking at the conditions and the opposition, and trying to do their best 12 on the paddock for the day.
Well, that shows the strength of the district side this year, leaving out Dave Fulton, who's played for New Zealand at this level.
What was the result? I should know. I'm guessing Bert won the toss.
Yes, I believe districts won the toss.
That was our plan to bat first. Used pitch. And with the spin attack that Auckland possess, probably not the smartest thing to try and chase down the score with the spin heavy attack, especially after Reece picked up 5 for yesterday with the Over-50s.
Still interesting decision given that districts chased successfully yesterday, and whilst Auckland have chased successfully twice in a row with Adrian Dale affecting a couple of political chases.
It's just worked to D, push mid-wicket, probably just out beyond the 30 metre circle for a single. Yeah, look, you know, I think all of those things go completely out the door when it comes to a final, and the concept of putting runs on the board and creating a bit of scoreboard pressure with the trophy on the line, it just puts that extra dimension on how people approach a chase. It's just jammed up and defended to still on the block, and Bert's very kindly picked up the ball and thrown it to a Fisa. Yeah, look, there's no doubting the fact that while Adrian Dale is at the crease and there's a run chase on, that the game will be alive. And he will be a linchpin and a key component of any innings that he's taking part in. But on the same token, he puts his pads on one at a time, just like the rest of us. So Steenesky bowls to Bert, and again, just it's a good line to Bert. Tying him, he does like a little bit of likes to get his arms free outside off stump. So tying him up on middle of leg, I think was probably a good line.
He scored 97 runs so far in this tournament. Bert Horner had an average of 32, top score of 48 for him, strike rate of 60. So he hasn't dominated, but he played a good knock opening the batting yesterday, put on 100 plus with Garth Littlejohn.
Yeah, just scooting through for a leg by there. Yeah, look, you know, Bert's intent is clear. He'll look to be aggressive, but he'll still respect good bowling as well, as you need to do. Yeah, he's certainly got that happening at the moment with being SQ in operation. To the top of his mark. Just short of the length and pulled off the back foot, not timed as well as what Garth would have liked, and would have singled it to wide mid on where Armitage Fields. And he's well rubbed up, you know, it's low 20s at the moment, with a bit of a breeze, and he's got his water woolies on.
Well, he had 3 layers on yesterday when it was hot and sunny, so no surprise to see him rugged up today.
He's short of the defended off the back foot. So look at, you know, it's early rounds of a heavyweight boxing match here, just no massive risks being taken by either team, just very conservative.
We have seen a wicket over in the 3rd and 4th playoff. Craig Gibb was stumped by Mason Robinson off the bowling of Scott McCullum for 31. John Gary's still going along nicely on 43 until just now. Looks like Paul Henry has been bowled before, so as we speak the second wicket has fallen. 85 for 2 in that match. Do you think the best 2 teams have made it to the final, Dean?
Oh, look. As Robbo bowls there, attempted front foot slash through, cover point missed by Garth. Look, I don't know. You know, it was fascinating to see after 2 rounds with everybody, with 1 win and 1 loss, and ending up with effectively semi-finals yesterday. And with both districts in Auckland chasing successfully as Robbo comes to the bowl. So squeezed, York leg, squeezed down the forward leg for a single. Look, you know, it's a tricky question. You'd have to say yes on the basis of the fact that these 2 teams are in the final.
But it really could have been any of the four,
It could have
is
been
the
any
point.
of the four. That's the point, yeah, correct. Just right comes in the hole. And just
Robbo, Robbo!
squeezing out the cover for no run. I think the feature, you know, I believe the Auckland game yesterday swung to and fro with the number of drop catches from both teams, and
Yes.
there's a couple of critical chances, but you know that it levels out.
Mm-hmm.
It levels out. No, it wasn't one team; it was both sides. So
I think fielding will be a crucial factor today, especially those outfield catches.
and that is short of even cut to cover, but no run. Been a bit disappointed with that. That was a freebie. They've still got to be put away, but as I said earlier, he likes freeing his arms up outside of stump, and he had that opportunity there and wasn't able to cash in. Yeah, look, you're right. I mean, if he catches one matches, that's never been truer than throughout this tournament. Foolish ball down to backward squarely on the boundary for a second. So yeah, I think if a team go through the innings and hold all the chances that go their way, they'll be well positioned to put some pressure on rather than releasing it with those chances, which are demoralising when they go down. Mobiles again. Just defends back down the pitch. In the run. Yeah, what did Jim? You had the vantage point here throughout the semi-final on the number one pitch yesterday. What were the chances that went down? Were they tough? Were they regulation? Were they
Mainly regulation, to be honest. There were 2 or 3 pretty simple chances on the boundary. One under that tree over there, one at long on, or long off. There's one tough one in the covers. Adrian Dale spilt a chance off Kelvin Scott, but it was slapped at him. Mike Jamison dropped a one-hander off to his right. Those are the ones I can recall. There might have been a couple of others. So yeah, mixture, but you know, just altogether it can be a bit demoralising when there's 4 catches go down, or 5, even if some of them are difficult.
Denesky starting the next over. Again, just defending back down the pitch. He's bowling tight this morning. I don't know if there's anything away from him there, but it's just line and length is pretty impeccable. Neither batsman being able to get Dino away. You always go something's got to give here shortly. Speedesky comes in again. Shoulder arms, there we go. That one carrying through to the first over more sort of shin height. These pink Duke balls that we're using tend to stay hard right the way through the innings. Don't really polish up, but they still swing. Still get a bit of movement out them right the way through the day. Dino coming in the bowl again to Bert Horner.
Bowl, Dino!
Tying him up.
Yeah, he's just
Best angle here to suggest what the line is being bowled at. That could wide third man, but just by the way that delivery, he says he's probably jammed up a little bit.
Well, he's bowling a lot at that first class length, isn't he? That,
Yes.
which is
yes,
what he would have done most of his career, Dean Askew. Oh, that's got through the keeper.
Some width and swipe through the keeper down the. It's been collected by fine leg and relayed back in, and they've trotted back through for 2 wides. 2 wides. We're just talking about how meteorological and accurate and reliable Dino is. I think he might have actually just been trying to almost go a bit fishing and give him that wider one to have a go at. Certainly did throw the kitchen sink in it, but wasn't able to connect. You just see it look down there on the pad, no run. Just keep in mind we've got deep forward squealing on the leg on the boundary and a forward leg, and there would be 100 metres between the 2 of those fielders on the bounce. There's still a big gap at backward squealing. Just left the line and shot off some. Yep. Can't really afford to do that. Dino cruised through a spell here because Auckland are full of threats. So we really need to maintain a run rate against everyone that turns up in the crease. Yes, keep on in the back corner. Yeah, just short of the lead. Defender down the middle for no run, and that's the end of the over.
These guys are the same.
Yeah, no, mate, it's going to be a good battle. It's going to be a very close match. It's one they've still won the game.
So 17 without loss after 5, and Robbo about to start the 6th over, with Garth Littledream facing up.
Ooh.
He's pretty confident he's got bat on that down the fine leg for 1. It's a long way down there to just come back for a single. And Chana is just flexing his hamstring down at fine leg. There'll be a fairly healthy contingent of Sri Lankans here later on in the day, banging the drums in support of Chana when he takes the crease, I'm sure. Full toss this side. Roberts bowled a full toss and Betts thumped it through forward, well, mid wicket really, all along the ground for 4. So that'll get him. That could well get him underway.
One of the first loose deliveries so far this morning, and Bert was able to make the most of it, which should be good for him, because there hasn't been a lot to hit.
Compensated nicely there, just readjusted and nice line of length outside off stump through to the keeper. So yeah, each time Robbo's put himself under pressure with a no ball or a full toss, he's come back quite nicely. So I'm just quietly driven out to mid-off for no run. Yeah, yesterday districts were 70 after 10 overs, so quite a contrasting start to the innings today, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just defended out to cover Adrian Day off fields.
Well, different situation, of course. Districts were chasing 266 yesterday, so they really needed to go for it pretty much from the start to stay up with the run rate, whereas today, setting a target, perhaps be a little bit more conservative.
It's a fair point, nevertheless, as Robert comes in the bowl. And Bernstein advances down the pitch and whacks it. Gee, an on drive, I suppose, through wide mid on.
Similar gap that he hit his last boundary through, this time making it a full toss, and very similar result. So 2 boundaries off that over, 9 off it in total, and Districts increasing their run rate slightly. They've got it up to 3.8 now. 4 1/3 actually, I should say, with that boundary. Over in the other game, the 3rd and 4th playoff, Canterbury Otago are 105 for 2 after 22 overs. John Gary's brought up his half century there, 2nd in a row for him. And Dean Reid is batting with him. 2 wickets to Scott McCullum.
Oh, we just need maybe a slow ball short of length, and Garth's gone back to pull it, but the ball just has not arrived, has not carried through to the keeper.
It was either a slower ball or just a slower ball. In either case, it was definitely a slower ball.
This time just driven into the covers, but no run. Well fielded out there by Jason. Auckland blessed with two very good keepers and rotating them through, alternating their time behind the stumps. Right. Dinescu coming in again to bowl to Garth. Little John. Another attempted front foot cut shot, which has just gone through to Afisa Tunu'u for no run. Just a bit of construction going on there in the background. This time short and angling down the leg side, and an appeal without success, just clipping the pad of the batsman all the way through to the keeper. Dino pushes off the 30 metre circle and comes in the bowl to Garth again. He just defended out to cover for no run. He's certainly in the middle of a great spell.
Little John's scored his runs at a strike rate of 83 so far in the 3 games he's played, but he's been a little more circumspect today. 8 off 18 balls.
Yeah, I think we talked about this the other day, just having both games played on the same park. It becomes fairly obvious what favourite strokes players have and what their preferences are, and with the field set and the bowling plans in place, there's certainly been nothing short being served up for Garth, because he does have a fairly healthy preference for the short ball. So it's been a very disciplined start from the Auckland team. I'm not sure. The keeper's calling for a helmet. It suggests he might be going to stand up to the stumps, but it hasn't been relayed on. And we still have Robbo bowling. So it'll be Mark Robinson to Bert Horner. Wide outside off stump. I think extras and wides in particular are a feature of Wellington's effort yesterday. Something in the vicinity of 30 wides. Not sure how the other semi-final fared in that respect. Again, a full toss, leg side, whipped down the backward square leg for a signal. Yeah, Bert would have wanted to put that one away, but still the scoreboard's ticking. Again, a tight line of length and just defended back down the pitch. How did Auckland manage their change of bowling throughout the innings yesterday? We must be starting to think about a change of bowling shortly. Steve Garth's just defended the point for no run.
Well, they opened with Armitage Randall with a spinner yesterday, along with Dean Askew. He bowled, I think, 4 overs in his first spell, and then medium pacers sort of bowled in the middle, and then for this, as they've done throughout the tournament, they ended the innings with the off spinners. So they've been doing that, and might see it again today.
So Garth advances down the pitch a little bit. He gets a leg by. I'm hoping the umpire's going to signal a leg by. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so for most of the games they've had off spinners bowling at the death. Reece Henderson and Maya Chauhan and Armitage Randall were the three, we call them off spinners.
A low full toss, just played down to wide mid on for no run. Yeah, we call them off spinners. Maya, I haven't quite worked out his bag of tricks. Army certainly has several mystery deliveries in his armoury. Then Reece, the more successful of the three, stayed with a 5-wicket bag with probably a more straightforward approach with a ripping off break and mixed up with the odd arm ball.
And there was quite a lot of spin yesterday, by all accounts, so not sure if that makes districts excited or nervous. You got some good spinners in your lineup, Dean?
Look, yeah, with Martin Pennyfather, who's achieved national honours as well at this level as an off-spinner. Garth is a handy off-spin bowler as well. And Rudy Swanipole with his left arm overs, which, look, if the surface is conducive to spin, he may extract a little bit, but he's more flight and guile. And obviously Adil Samani with his leg breaks. So it's a fair point upon reflection. Like we did select a fairly spin-heavy attack coming into the tournament, knowing that this time of year the pitch is going to be more conducive to spin. So with all that planning in place pre-season, I suppose we've got exactly what we wanted: to bat first and then look to defend with our spinners.
Shaft.
A flat drop kick, a half volley that's been worked out to deep forward square leg for a single, with this time spent today throwing the ball from the boundary over the keeper's head. And Garth Littlejohn now facing up to Dedescu. Just defended out to point. Immaculate line and length, not able to get forward enough to drive the ball with any degree of confidence. Yeah, Dino's in the middle of a sensational spell here. A little bit of despair from the bowler, just a little bit short of a length. Attempted cut shot that's gone through to the keeper.
He hasn't connected with many of those yet today. He's had a go at it a few times. I think he got one away, might have been even in the first or second over, but missed it a few times as well.
Well, that's maybe one because his last game he had a good game. Other than that,
Next door, I think that could be quite an entertaining fixture there with
we had somewhere to stay at John House.
certainly Dean Reid doesn't muck around when he's at the crease.
Yeah.
Dedescu coming in the bowl to Garth Littlejohn. This time it's pulled, spliced, not hit cleanly and caught rather comfortably by Neil Ronaldson out there at square leg.
He had to make a bit of ground to his right, and he did a sort of a sprawling, ungainly dive as he took the catch, Neil Ronaldson, but he did grab it two-handed. That one rose up a little bit on Littlejohn, it seemed, and you say he likes the pull. Well, didn't play it particularly well on that occasion, and he's the first to fall after a bit of a tough vigil for Littlejohn. 8 off 26 deliveries. Not the sort of fluency that he's shown throughout the tournament.
No, and I think that reflects the nature of a final of both teams wanting to get up and keep things tight. Certainly at the start, that one just maybe not quite short enough. Maybe certainly the pressure would have been getting to the openers, and it's just probably, as I say, caught him in the stickers of the bat, and certainly not anywhere near of the middle. And that brings Andrew Spence to the crease. Left-handed bat from the Taranaki region.
Started the tournament with a 62. He's played 2 matches, total 91 runs at 45.5. Faced the first ever delivery for New Zealand at over-50s level in their first match against Australia 3 years ago.
So Andrew's been opening the batting for us on his previous 2 visits to the crease throughout the tournament, but he's coming in at 3 today and effectively just swapped spots with Bert. So the way you look at it, we've got numbers 2 and 3 at the crease. That
1 wicket and 9 overs.
just a bit of a delay. The field's been reset.
31.
And I think maybe just a rotation of players working out who so with the squad, players can be rotated on and off the field, and with a change of player taking the field, where was the other guy fielding? Where do I have to go? Just a bit of confusion taking place out there. as Maya comes on. And we've got Bert facing up. That was the last ball of the over that Garth fell to.
No, I think Dean Askew just came off. And Rolly, no, not Rolly. Someone else. Yeah. And then,
Another full toss, and that has been whacked to wide mid on by Bert Horner for 4. One bounce into the pickets. So again, taking advantage of anything loose, but there just hasn't been a whole lot of that dished up so far. It was well struck. And another full toss, and repeating the dose, but this time a little bit squarer, and 3 or 4 bounces into the mid-wicket fence. So 2 full tosses in a row being served up. Well, we've seen Dean Askew come off at the end of that last over. So suggesting he's having a break, and with those 2 full tosses, the field changing now with a mid-wicket going out to the fence, suggests he's looking to bowl another full toss, maybe. Could well be a double change at the end of this over.
Just whenever plays, you are outnumbered here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Armitage Randawa coming on.
oh, my water bottle.
Spin it.
Yeah, this time short of a length. Tying Bert up again on that sort of leg stump line, and no run off the pad out to backward square leg. Yeah, Rolly. Neil Ronaldson looks like he might just be loosening up a little bit, maybe.
Alexa, could you go to our water cooler?
This one just worked, possibly a leg by, down the fine leg for a single, possibly a leg by. Confirmation from the umpire now. So look, Rolly's done a couple of stretches here with Neil Ronaldson, so he's odds on to be one of the next bowlers at the crease. He's made no indications whatsoever that he's been asked to have a bowl.
Yeah, I'll put them in there as well. Bert wants sunglasses. or he wants a chat.
Andrew Spence now about to face up and take his first ball from Mark Robinson. Again, just on a good length, worked to mid-wicket to Adrian Dale for no run.
I only posted one, but that's because the guy told me I had to post it. Got hit. The first 2 balls got hit
Again,
there, and then the second ball had his nose.
Mark Robinson coming in the bowl. Full toss, not capitalised, just worked to mid-wicket for no run.
9 off. Number 27.
And 40 now, Jim, after 10. So we've worked the run rate out for us there.
Hang on, give me a moment.
Carry the 1.
Yep.
And,
Meanwhile, in the other game, Canterbury Otago 132 for 2 after 27 overs. It's a run rate of 4.77. John Gary still going, 65 off 87. Dean Reid playing in his usual attacking style, 20 off 16.
So we don't have any rules on this.
Loves to cut Dean Reid, and we see another cut shot from him. So, could be big score coming up for Canterbury Otago.
yeah, back to this game, we've been absolutely foxed by Dean Askew's departure off the field at the end of the over as he comes in to bowl another over with Bert Horner facing up. Maybe a tickle down the leg side. We'll wait and see what the umpire signals here. A few oohs and ahs, and yep, just a little bit of bat down the leg side. Don't know if it carried. They certainly look pretty interested. So that could be number 1 of T. I think the Auckland guys will be hoping that's number 1 of 1 that's gone down, and the districts guys thinking there might be, hoping there might be a couple more of those to come.
Because I'm not hungry.
Always tough down the leg side for the keeper, unsighted.
I might have to retire sick from scoring. Oh.
Now with Andrew Spence facing up to Dean Askew, just a couple of minor adjustments in the field. Got a third man, fine leg. And they appear to be the only 2 boundary riders. You're just sneaking down the leg side. So this is the leg by. No, a wide. So 2 wides with a single being run as well. The keeper unable to haul that one in. So again, the advantage of a left and a right hander at the crease. Just for the first time, we talked about how tightly Dino's bowling, and he's straight down the leg side on two occasions, once to the left hander, once to the right hander. And this time he's back right on the money, defended back down the pitch by Burt. Dean Askew again coming into Burt Horner. Again, just down the leg side and a leg by, I'm guessing again, to backward square leg, collected by the keeper. Bringing the left-handed Andrew Spence back on the strike. And again, Askew into Spence.
Thought he might have pulled that one. It's a little bit short. He loves the pull shot. Andrew Spence, and he's played it really well in this tournament.
He has, but look, it's what the 3rd or 4th ball he's faced, and just settling in. And not that short, really. I mean, Askew again. This time he's had to go at the pull shot, and it's gone down the leg side again. Keeper unable to haul it in, and they're scooting through for a single and a wide. So 2 runs there.
Seems like that little spell off the field hasn't helped them all that much. Dean Askew, it's been a bit of a wayward over from him after a really good start.
It's quite an art for a captain to predict when to bring a bowler's spell to an end, and if it ends up being 1 over too many, as this one's glided to 3rd man, to the vacant 3rd man boundary for 4 between gully and first slip, and it's fizzed across the outfield. It is a fast outfield. The groundsmen, the team here have done a fantastic job. It really did fizz across the outfield, and Mike Jamison now is going to stay down at 3rd man. Again, Dean Askew coming into Burt Horner. And it was full and driven in the air over long on. Army trotting after it, and they'll come back for a comfortable 3. That was well hit. That was well hit.
Today. Saw a lot of them yesterday. Just getting the official number of
So we
boundaries
just
we saw yesterday.
cross over
No, it
to,
was
over to Statman.
15 threes yesterday, and across the 2 gates.
Very interesting statistic. 15 threes.
So we had In that particular over, we had a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. Statisticians absolutely love what's known as a smudge. Have you heard of a smudge, Dean? A smudge is when you have 6 different events in one over. So we came close to a smudge there. They're exceedingly rare. They, if they get one, they take photos and send it to each other.
It's a tragic world on the
We approached a smudge there, but close to no.
Well, you do learn something every day. I've been playing cricket for a long time and I've never heard of a smudge. And we do have that change that we predicted earlier with Neil Ronaldson now coming on to bowl from the showgrounds end to Bert Horner. No shot, shouldered arms, hit him on the pad, and every bowler is going to ask the question when there's no shot played and striking the batsman on the front pad. But Rowley, very skillful bowler, Neil Ronaldson, very, very skillful bowler. He has the, I'd be pretty confident to say the outswinger is his go-to delivery, but he can turn the ball around and bend it back the other way. Oh, what a shot Bert. So full of a length and muscled, drop kicked over forward square leg.
There's a little
Couple of bounces into the fence for 4.
After he played that shot between Horner and Ronaldson, I didn't see too many flashing smiles involved in it.
Straight away, a fielder's come out to mid-wicket on the boundary, so we've got the boundary, fine leg, mid-wicket. Another appeal for LBW, but very high on the pad, through to the keeper.
Eventful start to this over, Dean.
Yeah, well, these two were teammates on the recent tour to South Africa. And neither one of them will be wanting to lose this little battle, and they'll both be wanting to dominate. So,
Yeah, two very competitive players. Just a little pause as the man runs on with the helmet for the wicket keeper.
yeah, competitive's a good phrase. But all the games have been played in great spirits. They were just short of a length and defended back down the pitch to the bowler. Yeah, there's been no instances of white line fever of anything, but the games are played tough and in a very respectful manner. And just middle of the leg and defended, still on the block, no run. That one just sitting up a little bit and defended again, no run. So bit of a mixed start. I'm sure Rollies, his name will settle down pretty quickly. We were having a chat last night, Jim, about plans for next year's tournament and locations and things, is try and obviously keen to see the tournament move around the country. We were in Christchurch last year. Obviously Cornwall Park this year. I suppose just putting it out there to see if anyone else is keen to put their hand up and host.
Yeah, well, a couple of people have indicated that they wouldn't mind hosting the tournament, which is great. because it's better to have people volunteering to do it than having to ask people to do it. So yeah, there's a few options for next year. I think ideally you'd spread it around the 4 teams. So we've had, like you say, Canterbury Otago have hosted it last year, Auckland this year. That leaves Districts and Wellington Tasman to host. So maybe one of those 2 teams. There's a few factors to consider in hosting. Both of the tournaments that we've had so far have been fantastic in that regard. But Amateur Randawa is going to replace Dean Askew from the One Tree Hill end.
He started around the wickets and Andrew Spencer's just driven about to mid-off for no run. Considering his field placements or ball, or did he get a knock on the head, or is he picking the
chuck away thing, eh? It was a permanent $400 contact lens. Well, they had it. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it
just
was
driven this time out to cover, and there's a throw at the stumps from Neil Ronaldson, and the ball hasn't hit the stumps, and fielded nicely by Mike Jamison backing up. So they collect a single, albeit relatively tightly. We had just listening to the scorers here, we had a break and play yesterday, Jim, and there was the first ever incident that we can recall of a player having to retire, having lost a contact lens, so effectively retiring half blind, and unable to continue. And that was midway through, possibly 30 overs through the second innings.
Heard of a batsman turning blind.
And losing a contact lead, the eye is, just about to bowl again. Coming into bowl to Bert Horner this time. And just defended back down the pitch. This as Bert's facing up, we've got long on the boundary, deep forward square leg on the boundary. At the end of the match, the Districts guys were all out in the middle of the pitch looking for the contact lens, and the irony of irony, the player who had lost the contact lens, PT Paul Taumanu, found the contact lens on the playing block. Just another tight delivery there from Army. Defended Officer Tunu'u Fields, no run, end of the over. With 58 for 1 now after 12. Yeah, with all the injuries, we've had a couple of instances with runners taking part, but no one having retired, hurt. I think the odds at the TAB would have been pretty long on a lost contact being the first instance of someone having to retire hurt. With Neil Ronaldson now shaping up to bowl to Andrew Spence. Short of a length outside of stump, just eats through to the keeper. Fisa Tunu'u now standing up to the stumps. To Neil, I'm not sure if Neil will enjoy seeing that. He doesn't seem to be overly phased. But he'd be one of the quicker bowlers going around the tournament, and he's got the keeper standing up to him with the helmet on. They're just defended off the back foot and down towards mid-off, no run. a little bit wider. The umpire just starting to stretch his arms out there as that one's been bowled just wide outside off stump, but no, not signalled by the umpire. Again, this one punched off the back foot and fielded by Dean Askew's left ankle, I think. Yeah, it's like he was going to just knock it off there and turn and shoot into the upright left-hand corner. It's just a single there to Andrew Spence as Bert Horner now back on the strike. And the mid-wicket comes back out to the boundary. Mid-on and mid-off being pushed back to the edge of the circle. Just angling down leg side again with a few Alls and R's with a flush strike on the pads. This time there's a wide down the leg side. A solid crunch off the middle of John Gary's bat by the sounds of things next door, and the umpire signalling 6. This one just worked down, I'd suggest, off the pad. Yep, leg by down the fine leg from Bert, and bringing Andrew Spence back on the strike. And that looks like that's the end of the over. 60 for 1, so solid start, a solid platform. I don't think either side would claim dominance at this point in time. It's just it's tight, and as I said, at some stage something's going to give, something's going to break. And
14.
with Dean finishing that over, is coming down to third man by the looks of things, and still keen to, it looks like he might even bowl his 9 through straight here, Jim. Could almost ask him, he's about 3 metres away from us. No, I can confirm he's come down to third man, but he's left the field. Horner drives out to deep long on for a single, because he's not going to be able to bowl 9 through because Army's in the middle of a spell here. So. Thanks. So again, the left-right hand, change of ends in the field, switches around again as Army bowls to Andrew Spence. That's what we're talking about. So just worked into the leg side. Mike Jamieson on the block, unable to swoop and collect in one motion, and there is really quite a comfortable single there. And again, the advantage of the left-right hand, the field changes completely again. It's long on, goes out, mid-wicket goes out to the boundary. Army bowls to Bert Horner. Yeah, but look, it's just again trying to work the ball and hit a gap there and be proactive and keep the scoreboard ticking, but no run. So it looks uppish and it looks risky, but it's a fairly safe approach to look to push down the long on the boundary. Some cut to backward point, and again, a very, very comfortable single. And again, complete switch around in the field for the left-hander coming on the strike, mid-wicket and deep backward square leg go out, and long on to the right-hander and mid-wicket come in. just defended. It looks like it's time for a refreshment break.
Not far away from resuming after the first drinks break with District 64 for 1 after 15 overs. Pretty good start for them, nothing too dramatic. We've seen a few good shots, some pretty good bowling. Sort of tight contest you'd hope for in a final. Some good action going on the number 2 ground in the 3rd and 4th playoff. Canterbury Otago 184 for 2 after 32 overs. So they're on track for a big score. John Gary batting beautifully. He's on 88 now, off 105 balls with 9 fours and 3 sixes. Dean Reid 43 off 27 balls. So some typically aggressive Dean Reid batting. Had a bit of a change during the drinks break. Andrew Spence has retired hurt somehow. Not sure what's wrong with him. Maybe find out.
Yeah, a different one. Didn't want to run it though. Yeah, I think they decided to bring it back. Like they need him, I see. It's probably a good idea because the whole run thing, it's so confusing. The whole run that you're like, well, they're not trying to
He's been replaced by Adil Samani. Bert Horner is still there. He's okay. He's on 37 from 53 balls, going well.
Like Rudy came off the bowl and he's thrown himself everywhere, and I did extra cover and the ball got hit between us. Rudy died.
It's a nice shot from Bert Horner. Clipped off his toes to a sort of a wide. Oh, I suppose it's.
97, we're 65. Well, I think you've gone quite a way over too. I just want to snuggle in. I'm conscious that I've got these guys behind me. And I'm quite tall, you know, and they might not be able to see.
I'll swap that. Yeah. That's the shortcut. City. All of a sudden, I'm already that's right. First one.
So Samani will face his first delivery. Ooh. That came off the leading edge. Didn't quite make it out to the man at cover, but uppish nonetheless.
It was 65.
It's a bit more of a solid defensive shot from Samani. He's been in pretty good form. Averaged 58 in this tournament. Best of 65 not out, which he scored yesterday in districts. Good chase. And he's off the mark that time, with a bit of a push into the covers. Bit of indecision with the running, but made it safely. That's a nice shot from Bert Horner out to the square leg boundary, and that has gone for 4. Well played from Horner. Bevan Jenkinson's back alongside me. Bevan, what have you learned over the last last few overs?
Well, Jim, it's nothing's really been surprising, to be honest. As you just said, great shot in front of point. That'll be 4 runs.
Yes. Successive boundaries for Bert Horner off the usually miserly Amatej Randawa. We saw one square on the leg side and this one square on the offside. So Horner moving along nicely. He's into 40s.
Yeah, I was talking to Spencer Day, sort of start of the innings, after a couple of overs, and he said it's really interesting that districts have gone the other way to what they did on Friday, where they were hunting the singles and taking on the throwers, whereas possibly due to it being a final, districts have gone into their shell, consolidated a bit, and doing quite well, 75 after 17. It's a good start from them. Leading the way with Bert Horner. Who else?
He can have another one.
Plenty of action over on the number 2 ground. John Gary has brought up 100, and we've just seen Kelvin Scott dismissed. So a couple of quick wickets there for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Dean Reid out for 38, and now Kelvin Scott for 4.
Bit of interesting piece of footwork there at square leg. Just stuck a foot out basically and stood on it to stop the ball. It did the trick. Some Armitage that managed to do that. Bit of an appeal from keeper Fisa Tano'u, but only one in there. So it's a big piece of bat on that one. Neil Ronison carries on his good start. 4 overs, none for 8 for him. Going at 2 and over, while Amajit Randawa the other end, 3 overs for 14.
So John Gary's century over there is his 3rd, I think, in over-50s cricket. He got one for New Zealand against New South Wales in a warm-up game before the last World Cup, and he also scored one for Canterbury against Auckland earlier this season. So congratulations to him. That's the 3rd century of this edition of the IPT. Good contest over there with Stephen Hewson bowling to Andrew Hoare. Back here on the number 1, it's another good contest with Randawa to Samani, who just clips it away to the square leg region for 1.
take away with the commentary, Jim? You're not playing today. Oh, you are?
That's a pretty good single there. Just pushed it in front of it, just beside the fieldsman. Need to run to his weakest foot. You need to run round so he can throw it. But quite comfortable in the end from these two. Thought the weather, Jim, was starting to warm up, but there's still a bit of cloud cover. See another quick single, some good pressure being run on the fielders at the moment.
I think if Jason Howarth had been able to pick that up cleanly then and fire it in, Bert Horner might have been struggling a little bit, but at least they're putting pressure on the fielders. Bert Horner's partner not particularly happy with the suggestion of Bert being dismissed in any manner, let alone run out.
Say hi to Jen. Say hi to Jen Horner watching.
Shout out to Jen Horner from Dargaville.
Wonder if she's actually heard that. She'll message me.
As we see Bert Horner take a couple down to third man.
90. 80, sorry. 81. 81. Oh, 2. Yeah. 31 after 19. Things just not going overly quick for districts at the moment, but they are still building a good lead, building a good total at the moment. Crick HQ suggesting 263 at this point.
One's a tight word, so he could go back on, I think.
This one to cover. We saw districts yesterday chase down 267, so they are more than capable of posting a total of that, but different pitch, different team and opposition. Different day, of course, as well. And Ronaldson's bowling like he is at the moment. 263 could be a bit off at the moment, a bit off at this stage. This one cut. Oh, some great fielding.
Very good. Open my other eye then.
So it was a backward point doing the fielding there. Nobody behind him. So it definitely needed to be stopped. This is a low full toss. It has got the treatment. 4 runs.
Some sort of slower delivery attempted by Neil Ronaldson there. Don't see that very much from Rowley, and perhaps that particular instance explains why. Just ended up being a pad high full toss that Samani had absolutely no trouble in whacking away through mid wicket. That's a better, more traditional Neil Ronaldson delivery, hitting Samani on the pads. Ronaldson hits the batsman on the pads a lot, gets a lot of LBWs, gets movement through the air and off the pitch. No real shout on that occasion though.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of sideway movements either through the air or off the pitch. This is the third game to be played on this particular pitch across the last 3 days. So the second one we've played on this pitch, but they also had one on Saturday played as well. So the pitch out there is holding together quite nicely, and I was out there for the toss, and interesting that both captains didn't want to win that one. It was a toss to see, basically who had to make up his mind to what he was going to do. There's a sweep shot. The Abu Dhabi's gone. Randall finally gets a wicket. This innings, some pressure being from the One Tree Hill end that he's bowling at, and from the showgrounds end where Neil Ronaldson's been at, bowling very wisely, and the pressure has told.
Yeah, we haven't seen Horner sweep a lot today, but he went down on the one knee and tried to whack that one away through on the leg side. Missed it, and the umpire was pretty quick to put the finger up. Horner gets a round of applause for his 48. Good innings from him. But just when Districts might have been looking to accelerate in this second half of the innings, as we approach the second half of the innings, he's been dismissed. So we've got two relatively new batsmen at the crease. Who's that's come out to join him? Is that Paul Tamanu. Contact lenses restored, hopefully. Both eyes working properly.
Plays a bit of rugby as well, does Paul. He reminded me he played in a game I was live streaming and commentating last year. Played in the Battle of the Bridge between Hautapu and Leamington, two Cambridge teams, and a over-30s game actually, so pretty decent rugby player as well as a cricketer.
Not sure how many over-50s players are still playing rugby. Is there a lot of veterans rugby, Bevan? At over-50s level?
Not that I'm aware of. That day there was a, as we see, an appeal for LBW, but it's going down league. That day was an over-30s and an over-40s game. Some relatively, I'd say there was a few over-50 players, 50 and older, in the over-40s game, but I believe Paul probably was the only over-50 players playing in the over-30s game. So.
Excuse me. What does the L mean?
League bye.
I know what it is.
Held back in the hand there from Randall, and he finishes a successful over. And Richard wicket, madam? Run and a wicket coming off that one.
Or retired Hurt. 113 he scored, 12 fours and 4 sixes. Highest score in IPT history, in fact. It's a good effort from John Gary. Ronaldson gets another one on the pads. This one obviously a great shout. The umpire didn't really have much hesitation about that one, and Taumanu is on his way back. So as we mentioned before, Ronaldson does get quite a few LBWs, and almost had a sense of inevitability as soon as he went up for that one. It was just such a confident appeal, and the umpire agreed. So Districts suddenly lose their third wicket.
Yeah, well, it's taken a bit of time for the momentum to start swinging back towards Auckland's way. But the pressure that's been built on from both these two bowlers, it's starting to tell for Auckland.
We heard Dean Bush talking before about how something was going to break. There was sort of a bit of an arm wrestle going on early doors, but yes, it has broken a little bit, and perhaps in Auckland's favour now with those 3 wickets. We've got Chris Jeffries at the crease now. He set the tournament alight on day 1 with 48 off 15 deliveries, including 6 sixes, but he might have to play a slightly different kind of innings today, with still the best part of 24 overs to go, and facing a red-hot Neil Ronaldson.
48 yesterday, hey, Jake's just texted Burton late after that. I literally just put the stream on 3 balls before he got out.
This one, 3 hits.
Sorry, that's a beautiful shot from Samani. Lovely cover drive, really nicely timed, and none of the fielders really made any particular effort to chase it. They realised that it had been hit so well that they wouldn't have brought it back. It's a great shot from Adil Samani. It's his 2nd boundary. Run rate still decent from Districts, 4 1/4.
That's right. Yeah, Deal scored a very classy 65 not out yesterday. This one is just the other side of cover, and it might not go. The Essence Spencer Days just managed to, can't quite manage to pull that one in.
Yeah, no not successive, but 2 boundaries and 3 balls. That one more of a cut, and as Beth said, it went to the other side of the man there at cover point. So a couple of really nice shots from Adil Samani. He's looking good again today.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's through again. It's a little bit in the air, but he's timed it really nicely, and that is going to bobble across the mid-off boundary now for another 4. So 3 really well boundaries in this over from Adil Samani. Suddenly he's going at a runnable 20, and Districts are nearly at 100. 99 for 3 after 22.
Yeah, brilliant straight drive there from Adil, showing the maker's name and all those proverbials that you like to use. Once beat the fieldsman, even though it was starting to slow down a little bit, which we've seen quite a bit from the showgrounds end of the field. It's not as quick as most of the other parts here at Cornwall Park. There's not much of a question of it racing away for 4 runs.
Oh, he was, wasn't he? Yeah. He wouldn't be rooming with me.
And I'll just carry on from the 1 Tree Hill end. 5 overs, 1 for 20. And Jeffries pushes this to mid-on for a single. That's the 100 for Districts. And a single to square leg. Jeffries at the moment still definitely does look as though he's put away the big shots for now. Some Master Blast running day one here. This one he's just timed it reasonable. Timing actually might not be that great, but he's picked up two more through extra cover. Four runs coming off. Randall was 6 over. 1 for 23 at the moment. Interesting, Jim, that we haven't seen Reece Henderson at the bowling crease yet, but he might not be too far away.
Well, he's just taking the ball now, I think, as you said there, Bevan. Yesterday he came on in the second half of the innings, bowled at the death, took a 5-4.
Did you ring him?
So as we're just past the halfway stage of the innings, he is coming on to bowl now. Reece Henderson, leading wicket taker in this year's tournament. Bowls slow off spin, but was getting a lot of turn yesterday with his slow off spinners, and the lack of pace was what accounted for a number of wickets. A couple of batsmen ran past his floating deliveries, and he might have had a couple of outfield catches as well, I think. Five for 53 he took yesterday from his 9 overs, the first 5-wicket bag in New Zealand over-50s cricket history. It's been a lot of 4-fers, but just the one 5-fer.
Yeah, in regards to IPT history, he's got the not just the best bowling figures, but the 6th best. Most wickets, best strike rate and average. So ball in hand, he's deadly. A little bit expensive at 5.24 and over, but when you're taking wickets regularly, that doesn't matter too much. Sounds a bit of a fuller one, but man at mid off. Back on the circle. So take an easy single. Over in the Canterbury Otago versus Wellington Tasman game though, Jim. 230 for 4 with 6 overs still left. That's building to be a big total.
It certainly is. Andrew Bohr is in over there. He's batting with Brent Fleming, so yeah, anything's possible there. Maybe even around the 280, 290 mark.
In the tournament itself, the highest score is Districts with 267 in their chase yesterday, but I do believe in one of the warm-up games Auckland scored 300 or something. Is that correct, Jim?
340 or 350 even it was. It was a huge score just a couple of months ago here on the Cornwall number 1 wicket. Or it might have actually been at Papatoetoe Cricket Club, that's right. slightly lower scoring game here at Cornwall when Canterbury came up.
You know, in Papatato, I've only been out there once, but from memory, those boundaries aren't small either, so 340s a pretty decent effort. Jeffries just backs away on this one. It's a good point. There's a single. This one more forward of point. Same result though. So I might just put a little bit up of Jeffrey's pads, but he gets through for a single.
Was that a run or a
Run.
That's actually a run, so that's gone down as. Crowd for a Monday, and probably I think it's the first working Monday of the year. There seems to be quite a bit. Oh, this one's cut through point, backward point, and it's going to be another 4 to the total.
Another good shot from Samani, just using the pace of Randhawa. He does push the ball through quite quickly for an alleged off spinner, and yeah, Samani just using the pace and guiding it down through third man.
Tries to do the same there, but Gully diving to his right stops any thought.
131. Correct.
And 112 for 3 after 25. And the last 5 overs, it's been 27 for 1.
So 25 overs gone. It's that time where we start looking at possible totals. 20 overs to go. If they can go at 6 and over, that'll be another 120, which will bring the score to 230, which is pretty much exactly what was scored yesterday. Actually, this game following the similar pattern to yesterday, maybe without the early wickets, but Canterbury Otago were at a similar stage, or a similar score to what districts are today. So that's probably what districts will be looking for, round 230. We've still got wickets in hand.
That's worse, man. That's worse.
Oh, that's flighted really nicely by Henderson. But, Jeffries is a tall man, he's got a long reach, and he just clonks that one down to long on for a single. Tossed up again, and Samani has hit that beautifully through extra cover to the left of the diving fieldsman. Once it got through, there's no pulling it back. He's timing the ball very nicely today. That's his 6th boundary in 31. So dealing largely in boundaries is Samani, and he's scored those of just 29 deliveries. So a little bit ominous signs from Samani so far. Oh, it's possibly even slower, and in the air for a wee while out to point, but didn't carry, and it's just a single. Full toss this time, and Jeffries has pushed it down to long off. They're going to take on the throw of Mark Robinson, which has a fair distance to travel, and it's an easy two just to the left of Mark Robinson. It was to run around it. A little bit more expensive that over. 8 runs coming off it, following the 2 runs off his first over. These two looking pretty good. Give you a quick update from the 3rd and 4th playoff. 255 for 4. Canterbury Otago, 4 overs still to go there. Andrew Hoare and Brent Fleming both going along nicely. Brent Fleming, 22 off 13 deliveries. That's uncharacteristic for him. Andrew Hoare, 24 off 17. Canterbury Otago batting with freedom, it seems. Randhawa is going to be replaced here after bowling 7 overs with Maya Chauhan, the 3rd off spinner in the Auckland attack. He's bowled pretty well in this tournament, taken 5 wickets so far at 17. A little bit expensive, going at 5.8. But bowled well against, might have been against this team, Districts. 3 for 39 he took in one match. He's enjoyed his first season of over-50s cricket. It's Maya Chauhan, new into the Auckland team for this year's IPT. Can bat a little bit as well. He's played a couple of handy innings so far. Using the feet that time, Samani, but can't beat Mike Jamison at cover. Edgy, and it's just squirted down to 3rd man, where Neil Ronaldson comes across. No real pace on the ball, no power in the shot. Would have probably gone straight to a slip if there'd been one, but hasn't been a slip for a little while in this game. Just a little delay here as a big 6 from the Canterbury Otago batsman Brent Fleming, of all people, nearly hitting the Auckland fielders. So Brent Fleming continues to... Oh, in fact, it was Andrew Hoare. It's a bit more expected. Although Brent Fleming, as I mentioned, is going along at a strike rate of 150, so he's doing well. Oh, just falls short of Neil Ronaldson at short 3rd man. Looked for a moment as if it was going to carry, but not hit with enough power, and just one bounce before Ronaldson collects it. So a few edges off Chowan's bowling so far. That one's a full toss and it's hit with a lot of power by Chris Jeffries through square leg. He is a big guy and that bat looks tiny in his hands, but I'm sure it's a decent sized stick, and he does have a lot of power. So that one just whistled away through square leg for 4. Spoils an otherwise good first over from Maya Chauhan. Runs here to Dil Samani. Jeffries thinks about launching into that one, but wasn't there for the shot, and just another single down to long on. Henderson just pulls out of his run-up for some reason. Samani playing Henderson well, waiting on the short ball, not falling into the trap that some of the batsmen have done this tournament of walking past Henderson's bowls. Bit of an edge here, they're just going to get one.
Oh no, something smells good. Barbecue, is it? Yes. 132. 132. Up to 28. Oh, this game's become my favourite person. I'll give him my lunch if he carries on. 132 or 28.
Chauhan to continue. Jeffrey's cutting that one out to Mike Jamison on the point boundary, so just one. Finds a gap this time, Samani, but just out to the cover sweeper, which is Jamison again.
We started an hour after that game today, yeah, on purpose.
Batsman might be looking for two, but no, some good fielding by Mike Jamison. So just another one. Good over from Chauhan, that one. 1, 2, 3, 4 singles off it. District's building nicely here for a decent target. They're going at 4.7 and over with 16 overs to go. Still just lost the 3 wickets, so they've got a good platform and could well be looking at something around 250, but we saw yesterday that some wickets were able to pull back the Canterbury batsmen, Canterbury Otago team. It's in the air, there's a chance here for Ronaldson. Can he get there? He got there, but he just couldn't quite pull it in. It was a diving effort from Ronaldson, good effort. Did a lot of the hard work, but just in the act of catching, he was rolling over at the same time and wasn't able to grab it. He's disappointed. He's a good fielder, Ronaldson. And did they take 1 or 2 there? Two scored. So that was Samani hitting that shot. He may have hurt himself in the process. He's what's he doing here? He's doubling over, pointing to his hip. So while we diagnose the extent of Samani's injury, we'll take drinks. 3 balls ahead of schedule. That'll give us an opportunity to tell you what's going on at the end of the Otago innings. As I look over there, Andrew has just swept another boundary, and that's taken him to 50. Very rapid 50 for him. 29 deliveries for Andrew Hoare, so he's going along very nicely, and Canterbury Otago are piling on a huge score. Currently 286 for 4, and they still have an over to go. And in fact, looks like Hoare's just been dismissed bowled by Petrie, I think. Brent Fleming is the other man doing the damage there. He's on 30 off 20 deliveries. So some action at the end of that game. In fact, just looking at some of the bowling figures there, Scott McCullum, he's taken 2 for 46. Simon Clark took 1. Steve Houston's taken 1, and now looks like Richard Petrie's taken 1 as well. But high scoring game over there in the 3rd-4th playoff. Pretty sure that 50 to Andrew Hoare would be the fastest of the tournament.
Oh, okay.
No, you can play 14 and you can free rotation of number 14 in the field. No. So three interchange of fielders. Yeah, no, rotation.
Oh, yeah.
No, because he had a runner last time, didn't they? JC? Yeah, he was
Richard Petrie's taken another wicket. Getting Brent Fleming caught behind by Mason Robinson. Good catch by Robinson, standing up to the wicket there. But Brent Fleming has done the job that he needed to do, scoring 30 off 20 or thereabouts. And it's the last over, so anything can happen. 291 currently, Canterbury Otago. Easily the highest score of the tournament so far. Setting up a big chase for the Firehawks. Adil Samani appears to be okay. He's going to continue batting. He is still clutching that hip, it seems. So maybe he's not 100%, but he's going to keep batting for now without a runner.
might need a decent neck.
So Reece Henderson will have to complete the over that we started before Samani was injured. He's halfway through that over. Just getting all the fielders into position. Chanawira Peruma's coming out to mid-wicket on the boundary. Neil Ronaldson still in position in front of us here, in front of the pavilion. That's a straight mid-wicket, I suppose. You've got a long on and a long off, so plenty of boundary riders. Samani pushes to extra cover, and it's a good diving stop by Spencer Day. But they take a single. Full toss this time. Jeffries pushes it down to that man at long off. Short and pulled, and Samani does not look good. He's really struggling to make that single.
Rolly! Come on, don't pick on the wheelie.
That is the end of that over that needed to be completed. Samani is really hobbling. Looks definitely a leg injury of some kind, maybe a knee or a hip, as I mentioned.
You get 5 off.
141 after 30.
That's the more running for other people.
Yep.
Oh, we've lined up the boat. I don't think we can take it.
15 overs left
Need the runner.
in the district's innings. It looks like Samani is finally calling for a runner. So someone who's already batted will need to pad up and run for Samani. All of these players would have grown up when the runner rule was, or runners were still allowed. I think it's been about 10 years or so since they were disallowed at most levels of cricket, but all of these guys were playing when you could get runners, rules being that the runner should have already batted if possible and must have the same external equipment as the player that he's running for. The runner usually stands at square leg when the injured batsman is striking, and stands at the non-striker's end when the fit batsman is striking. So there's always the potential for confusion, and often quite comical confusion.
We've got a Joe Nettle listening to the live feed at the moment.
So, with the runners' situation sorted out, we have Maya Chauhan continuing from the One Tree Hill end. Everyone will need their wits about them, including us, as we watch the runners' situation. Single out to Chanawera Paruma on the cover boundary.
Quite a nice moment just before at the end of that Wellington Tasman game. Jim, I'll show you the photo. Can't show the people at home, but John Gary with that 113 that he scored. I asked for a photo of him, and one of the Wellington players there got in the photo as well, so it was a great moment between the two of them.
Yeah, big hug there between Steve Hewson.
Yeah. This one's a slow one from Chauhan. It's got the gap between three fieldsmen, but it's not going to reach the boundary. Might be a 3, there is. Is that the second one? Richard?
Sorry?
Is that the second one?
Three today. Yeah, only second.
Couple this time. Good running from Jeffries. $146 for 3 after 31.
Zamani approaching his half century. It'll be his second in a row, actually, after his excellent 65 yesterday. Henderson continuing, hasn't added to his tournament leading 10 wickets yet. Possible chance of a run. Full toss to Jeffries, and somehow he squirted it out to third man. Looked like it was coming down towards us, or it should have, but got the outside edge on it, and no run. Good over so far from Henderson, just 2 singles. Short this time, and it's a good effort by Jason Howarth in that mid-wicket area to stop it. He doesn't quite manage to, and I think they've scored 2 off that delivery. So good running. Ends the over, 4 runs off it. Canterbury Otago ended 294 for 6 from their 45 overs. So big chase for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks after they finished their lunch. 51 of 30 deliveries for Andrew Hoare. Auckland persisting with their double off-spin attack. Maya Chauhan will start his 4th over. The cloud that we talked about earlier has dispersed somewhat. There's lots of blue sky shining down on the players. Slight breeze. Oh, wide belatedly signalled by the umpire. Had a good long think about that one. More sensible batting from the district's batsmen. They're just accumulating here in these middle overs. Jeffries, who, as we mentioned, hit that 48 off 15 deliveries in the first match, has been much more sedate so far. No single that time. That's the end of the over.
I was just going to say, I've got one to come. I've got about wide, isn't it?
In fact, it was just the fifth ball of the over. The umpires had called it as over, but there's still one to go, so
Yeah.
fieldsmen will all have to go
Well, I
back.
think this umpire thought there was
The batters,
wide, he started looking at the line.
players not particularly happy about that.
Because he got it wide,
You probably
yeah.
clipped it over things. No, that was
Yeah, so the problem was probably the fact that the umpire called that wide, and because he called it so late, he'd probably already clicked his clicker.
Yeah, I think yeah. He didn't seem too well, he couldn't see the button now, but he was out. Yeah, he's running again. He loves it out there, right?
So the extra delivery will benefit districts by 1 run, as Jeffries edges another delivery down to that third man area. That is the over. Who is not allowed to throw overarm, doctor's orders apparently, so he's been coming up with all sorts of different ways to return the ball during this tournament. We've seen back flicks from 30 metres from him, and that time he gave it the softball pitch return. So it's been a little while since we've had a boundary. A lot of singles being hit recently, but not too many boundaries in these middle overs. That'll be 50 for Adil Samani's second consecutive half century for him. 55 deliveries it's taken him today, so really good innings from Samani again. When Horner was dismissed, it looked like districts might be wobbling a little bit, but Samani has arrested that wobble. And was that a drop catch? I think it might have been. That square leg, very short square leg. Here's the fieldsman there. He might just be behind square leg. But whipped around the corner by Jeffries.
Where's the ball? Oh, yes.
Pretty good partnership this between Jeffries and Samani.
How you doing on the score there, boss? You right? 159? Nailing it.
72 it is now, the partnership for the fourth wicket. Now, are we going to see Amitaj Randhawa returning to the bowling attack? It looks like we are. He's bowled 7 of his 9 overs, taken 1 for 29, bowled pretty well in the first half of the district's innings. Maya Chauhan's had a wee spell in between, and now Randhawa's back into the attack. Good return to the bowling crease for Randhawa, just 2 dot balls.
159 for 3. After 34.
On the way.
That's a great final, right?
Three dots for Randhawa, so that's really good return from him. District's currently going at 4.6 and over. Randhawa looks like an off spinner, but a couple of the batsmen who have faced him have said that they play him like an off spinner because he as a medium pacer, because 80 or 90% of his deliveries are bowled at medium pace, and the slower ball is the variation which he bowls there. That might have come out of the back of the hand, that one. We saw him bowl sort of a leg spinner yesterday. This will be the quicker one. Yes, it is. Really good over from Randhawa, just 2 off that one. Ten overs to go. District's still on target for that score we estimated of around 230. They'd need to go at 7 and over from here to get that. But with these 2 batsmen well set and some hitters to come, you'd imagine that that's definitely achievable. Reece Henderson still wicketless. There's a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary, so just the one to Samani. It's a full toss, and Jeffries doesn't time that one either, but it's it beat Neil Ronaldson, who was charging.
No fun in that, Rolly.
This one is Ronaldson's. He's making sure that no one else gets it before he does on this occasion. So the district's batsman just milking Henderson in this over. It's 4 consecutive singles so far. Just building up for a late innings assault, probably. Well, it's a quicker one from Henderson. We don't see that very, but it's too short to be effective.
A couple of weeks ago, he got club honours, 7 for 26 for Tekapuna. High and confident.
Jason Sharman sitting next to me has just mentioned that achievement by Reece Henderson taking a 7-for in a one-day match a couple of weeks ago. Did you play in that match, Jason?
No, it's for Tekapuna Presidents. 7 for 26. Great spell. Long night too.
He is a wicket taker, Henderson. Can be expensive at times. Obviously wasn't on that particular occasion. But as we saw with his 5 for 53 yesterday, he definitely can take wickets. The umpire's conferring mid-pitch here, perhaps counting how many overs various bowlers have bowled, probably with reference to Amataj Randhawa, who has 1 left. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31. Good spell from him so far. They're going to come back for 2 here. It only looked like there was going to be 1, but it's a little bit of a fumble from Jason Howarth there at mid-wicket. He's been pretty good there today, but he just sort of fell over the top of the ball there and snuck through him, and they came back for 2. Good running from the batsman.
Ooh.
Big side, and it is a wide. Howarth tightly in on that occasion, stopping any chance of a leg bye.
Late cut, Jensen tidies up. Played.
There's potential for that confusion we talked about with all the batsmen and runners. It was nicely timed by Samani out to mid-wicket, but Spencer Day racing around as he always does, making sure they didn't come back for 2. That leg spinner again, straight to Howarth, and I think he's put that down at mid-wicket. It was a full toss, and Jeffries
Didn't time it at all, did he?
No, he's had terrible trouble hitting these full tosses today, Jeffries, and he's mistimed that one. Straight to Howarth. It was dropping on him, and he dropped it just around his ankles, so have to put that one down as a drop. Oh, and another fumble. Things are getting a little bit rough for the Auckland fieldsmen as we reach the conclusion of this first innings. Six off that over. The Auckland fielding has been a lot better today, well the catching has. They dropped a whole raft of catches in the previous two games, but they've been pretty good today. Has 2 overs left. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 35. And he's got him. Jeffries goes for that big hit and misses it. An excellent piece of wicket keeping by he's taken a few stumpings off Henderson in this tournament, and that's another one. So that partnership between Samani and Jeffries, which was approaching 100, is over now. Jeffries probably one of the most shots he's played in his innings. Maybe he decided that it was time to put the foot down, but he did put his foot down the wicket but missed the ball, and he's gone. So that's the 4th wicket down for Districts. And Reece Henderson does take a wicket. That's his first of this innings, his 11th of the tournament. He is the leading wicket taker in the tournament for the 2nd year in a row. The leading wicket taker for the 2nd year in a row. Good effort from Reece. Proud mum has just taken a seat next to me.
You're so neat just to see them at the right time.
Well, she must have had him when she was, what, 16? No, I'd say 10.
At the most,
10
Jason,
because
at the most.
he looks a lot more weathered than that, to be fair.
Do you know what? He used to colour his hair and he stopped doing it.
He used to colour his hair.
Well, he used to, but we were all prematurely grey about 18, because my mum was very grey. So he stopped. Keep looking at him, seeing he's got grey hair.
I think we'll definitely pass that on and say that he should go back to dyeing his hair again.
Absolutely.
No.
What colour do you think would suit him, Jason?
Well, strictly between you and I thought he'd look good as a very dark, maybe auburn or black.
What about the blue rinse?
The blue rinse? He'd suit a blue rinse, to be fair.
Oh, really? Good one. Yeah. Good on.
Family secrets. You can't beat them.
Kingsley Smith is the new batsman. Got promoted up the order. He's known as a hitter. So that will no doubt be his job in these last 8 overs.
Are you broadcasting this? Oh no, are you?
That's a nice shot from Samani flowing off drive, but there is a man at long off. He's Robinson. He's far enough away that they can run a comfortable 2. So a lot on the shoulders of Adil Samani for these last 7 or 8 overs, I think. He is the set batsman. They wouldn't want to have 2 brand new batsmen, I wouldn't think. Another little fumble by, is it Adrian Dale out there? Or Jason Howarth? I think it might be Adrian Dale. I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but his fielding hasn't been to its usual high standard in this tournament. He's dropped a couple of catches and made a few fumbles. Still a very good fielder, but I've come to expect quite a lot from Adrian.
Moved away on the onside. Single off the last ball of the over.
I think he'd rather be out there running. Sit with you, right? 5 off. Yeah. 1 for 40. And Rundell was bowled out.
As they've done in the last couple of games, Auckland persisting with the spinners into the death overs.
You knew what you were looking for.
Although Reece Henderson has 1 left. Maya Chauhan back into the attack. So Chauhan and Randhawa have shared the duties from the One Tree Hill end for most of this innings. Randhawa's finished his 9 over spell, and Chauhan, Dale may be looking for Chauhan to finish off from this end.
Whoa.
It's a good start from him, beating Kingsley Smith on the outside there.
Including this one.
Looked like they gripped and turned a bit.
There has been turn in this wicket throughout the tournament, really, especially on this particular pitch where we played yesterday.
Worked away on the onside. Henderson to field. And 1 run.
No sign of Adrian Dale at the bowling crease today. Got quite a few wides yesterday. Hasn't really starred with the ball in this tournament. He's been exceptional with the bat. So probably just focusing on his batting today.
Got to be fair, Auckland need to rely on him to get the runs, especially up the topping. Overthrow.
poor bit of fielding. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it has resulted in an overthrow, and that's a total of 2 runs off that ball. So a little bit of sloppy fielding from Auckland in the last 5 or 6 overs. They started off quite well, but maybe just a little bit tired at the end of a long tournament. Suggestion that old age might have something to do with it, but I'm sure that couldn't possibly be the case. Reese Henderson's mum being a great addition to the commentary team in recent times. Reese is going to love watching this live stream back later. He'll be thanking his mum so much for coming down. That is short. It's basically a long hop, and it's been dispatched. Has it? Or is there a man there? There was a man there, hiding over to the right of the pavilion. I couldn't see him. Stu Jensen it was.
Picking it up on the boundary and underarming it back into the bowl.
So I think they scored. Did they score 2 or 3 off that delivery? 2. Okay.
184 after 39.
So what else can you tell us about Reese, Mrs. Henderson? Any other secrets that we need to know?
No secrets, no.
That's a shame.
Yes.
Well, you've got 1 over to think of some.
All right. Okay. Let me think.
Has he always loved his cricket?
Always. Yes. He's played cricket a lot in his life. Yes, quite a bit. From when he was very young. Yes, he did.
He would strike me as a bit of a petulant child. Would that be true?
Just a good word. He was a breeze. He was a breeze, yeah. All his uncles have all played cricket, and he's joined them. So yeah, it's in the family. It's on my side.
Well, he's had a very good tournament. Has Reese Henderson from Auckland. 11 wickets.
That's very good.
Not sure what the prize is for leading wicket taker. Perhaps a bottle of hair dye or something.
I love it. He got a trophy yesterday.
Promised from Kingsley Smith, he has been sent up the order to accelerate the scoring rate. He's hit 5 off 7 so far. He's got a little bit of bat on that one though, and it's gone down to, well, behind the keeper basically, and just a single. So we haven't really seen a big acceleration in the scoring rate over the last 10 or so overs. They're still going along at 4.7. The stage of the innings, you usually hope to get the scoring rate going upwards rather than plateauing. They still have 5 overs to make that happen. This is Henderson's last delivery, and he finishes with a dot. So, good spell from Henderson, gets a round of applause from the crowd sitting to the left of the Cornwall Cricket Club pavilion. And he 1 for 43 for Reese Henderson. That's his job done for the day, he'll hope. Not expected to bat. You never know. 5 overs to go now for districts. If they manage to go at 7 and over from here, that would give them 35 runs, which would be around 220. I think they'd probably like north of 230, given the strength of the Auckland batting attack. Really good knock this from Adil Samani. It's his second consecutive 60. Crunches that one into the cover field where Reece Henderson can't field it cleanly. He was hit hard in his defence. Be nice to him with Mrs. Henderson sitting next to me. Save our savage criticism for when she's gone later. Oh, she doesn't mind a bit of criticism, she says. Tough love. That is the big shot we've been waiting for from Kingsley Smith over extra cover.
Into the spectators, 4 runs.
Got a few spectators over there, and they went straight into their laps on the bounce, and they tossed it back to the fielder. So it's Kingsley Smith's first boundary.
Dead down for a short single.
That's a big hit from Samani. Pulls out the slog sweep, and there's 2 men on the leg side boundary, but that's gone right in the middle of the 2 of them and into the boundary for 4. Good shot from Samani. That's his 7th boundary in his 68. So looks like we are into the slog overs now. Not suggesting that was an ugly shot by any means, but we're into that stage where the batsmen will be looking for more boundaries. They've tried to plug that exact gap now, Auckland, putting a man in the precise spot where that ball was hit. So 3 men on the leg side boundary now. We've got a square leg, a mid wicket, and then a cow corner, plus a long on. And a cover sweeper, of course, which is where this one's heading. Some hard running from Kingsley Smith and Bert Horner, who's the runner for Adil Samani, of course.
There you go. 11 runs off the over. And Samani moves to 68 off 72 with a strike rate of 94.44.
Wellington Tasman have started their pursuit of that huge Canterbury Otago total. Richard Petrie and Mason Robinson opening batting. Those 2 open for New Zealand at the 2018 World Cup to great success. They had a wonderful opening partnership in several of the matches there, and they've started pretty well, 9 without loss off the first over.
And we have a change of bowler, Mark Robinson, to resume with his next spell from the City end.
That's right, the return of the double pump. Mark Robinson opened the bowling 5 overs, none for 27. So Auckland breaking with their model of spin at the death, and they have returned to their medium paces. Well, one of them at least.
Well, that's what I was managed in self-look.
There's no players around.
He's done it. He's done it.
Samani just checking who the fielders are. We've got a long on, a mid wicket. Can't see if there's anyone in that corner over there. Got a cover sweeper and a long off. Other men outside the circle. So you are allowed 5 at this stage of the innings, but I can only count 4 outside the circle.
Robinson to Samani. Oh, that's
It's
gone
gone
straight
straight.
up in the air.
Chow, and it's still up and takes it safely. Well done.
Bowling changes obviously work for Auckland with Robinson's first ball and taking the very valuable wicket of Samani.
Yeah, it was a funny sort of shot, that one. He seemed like he didn't quite go through with it. May have been a little bit of a leading edge, but he's getting a warm round of applause as he walks off with his runner Bert Horner. 69 he scored.
74 balls.
Second consecutive score in the 60s for Samani. So Auckland have dismissed him now.
And we've got a replacement in the fifth, Jamison coming on for Reece Henderson.
New batsman's Martin Pennyfather, who often comes in these late over situations. Runs hard, hits the ball pretty well. Seems to love these situations. So he'll be batting with Kingsley Smith, who scored a runner ball 11 so far.
I just got here, just in time. I'm in huge trouble when he finds out what I've said.
It's a great thing about the digital world. It just stays forever.
Somebody's figuring out his nickname, Bomber. Who did they add it? Right. I heard somebody say Bomber. You know him as Bomber. Yeah. How do you know him as Bomber?
White ball.
I've had that name for a long time. Do you know how he got that name? You don't? You should ask him.
I thought you were going to tell us.
Oh, just a little drink. Running around. Rich is like.
Push down the ground to long off. They'll look for 2 and get it quite comfortably as Stu Jensen, the softballer, picks it up, hurls it in underarm.
Oh, the language. Unbelievable seams.
Reece Henderson spoiling his good boy image a little bit. Some bad language as he walked past.
Returns. There you go.
His mum had built him up as a bit of an angel, but turns out he's not. Could be another 2 here. Martin Pennyfather running hard as he always does.
You can wait now. While you wait.
I was going to come with Laura, but she takes hours. So I've said, no, I'll come by myself. Oh, great. All right, I'll
Robertson goes short of that time, and Kingsley Smith, maybe not expecting a short delivery at this stage, wasn't able to get any bat on that. No ball called, and they run a leg by as well. Not quite sure how to score that one myself. A leg by, a no ball plus by. I know it's 2 runs, but anyway, I'll push some buttons and see what happens.
Just no ball. And then a...
Oh, plus a leg by. There we go.
Yeah, there is.
Anyway, it will be a free hit. So it wasn't just me who was confused there. The umpires and the scorers communicating rather loudly to each other. But free hit's the end result, so that's what we'll focus on now.
We got the correct. Yeah.
It's a full toss and swung away by Kingsley Smith, and it's been well fielded there on the boundary. I'm going to assume that's Spencer Day there, although I can't see so long. No? Okay, well, whoever it was, good fielding, might have been Adrian Dale. And what did they run there? They've run 3, so all sorts of activity going on in these end overs. We've had a wide, we've had a 2, a dot, a 1, no ball plus a leg by, and then a 3 in this over. So
Robinson just struggling with his length a little bit here.
Districts have managed to get that run rate up to just below 5. Good effort from them the last few overs. Amazing pickup from Spencer Day again. He's so fast across the outfield and swoops in on the ball, and no sooner has he picked it up than he's released it with that sidearm action that he's got. But even he couldn't stop Martin Pennefather and Kingsley Smith running 2 there. So end of quite an eventful over. Seems a long time ago that it started with that wicket. Three overs to go now. District's 210. It's exactly 5 and over. So that score of 230 is still a definite possibility. Speaking of run rates, Wellington Tasman making a very aggressive start to their run chase. They're 29 without loss after 3 overs. Richard Petrie, 8 for Neil Ronaldson, replacing Maya Chauhan. Neil Ronaldson bowled pretty well early on. 6 overs, 1 for 25 for him. So Ronaldson will probably get 2 overs in, 2 of the 3 remaining.
Bit of a false start there. Played backward a point. Picked up by Spencer. And just slightly off target. And Fisa Tanuhu couldn't gather it in. And goes through in one overthrow.
It's a total of 2 in the end. It was good running from these two. Martin Pennyfather always charges up and down the wickets, that distinctive style of his, and Kingsley Smith plays a lot of indoor cricket, plays for New Zealand at age group level, so he's obviously quite good between the wickets as well. You have to be to play it at that level.
Rollinson comes in and the ball goes skyward. It looks like someone's under it, and
good effort from Amitaj Randhawa running across. He had to sprint about 30 metres to try and get that. Got his hands to it, both hands, but
unfortunately didn't.
No, it spilled it, so that has to go down as another outfield miss for Auckland, although pretty tricky one. We saw Afisa Tanu'u take an absolute screamer in similar circumstances yesterday, or the day before perhaps, but Randhawa couldn't repeat that.
Foolish ball from Rollinson, and again driven in the ball straight back to the bowler.
I had to love you and leave you.
Martin Pennyfather getting ready to face his first ball from the One Tree Hill end. Taps all the fielders on the head, make sure they're all there.
I think he wants Jensen to move.
Straight up.
Rollinson's under it and taken.
Safe caught and bowled from Neil Ronaldson. It probably wasn't as difficult as the previous chance, didn't go quite as high, and Ronaldson settled himself underneath it and took it quite easily. So no late over heroics from Martin Pennyfather this time. He's gone for 6, and Districts lose their 6th wicket.
I think you're a bit generous there, Jim. He only got 2 runs.
Only got 2, okay.
And he is it Bush?
Well, it seems I may have credited Martin Pennyfather with 4 runs that actually belonged to Kingsley Smith, so Kingsley Smith is actually on 23.
Correct.
New batsman is Dean Bush, I believe.
Yes.
That's 6 wickets, right?
Plenty of action in these last overs of the District's innings.
And no ball.
Ooh, another no ball.
And 1 run off the bat.
2 Smith.
What the other one was what I was going to say is Mike Jameson shouted that he didn't play the shot.
So Dean Bush, who's just walked to the wicket, is going to have a free hit on his very first delivery. So no time to get his eye in. He's just going to have to swing for the fences with no fear of being dismissed, apart from run out, or I think you can be obstructing the field and some other sort of things, but basically he's got a free chance to just play whatever sort of shot he favours. And he started with a beautiful cover drive, which just goes straight to the covers, but all the ring fieldsmen are on the ring at this stage and they have time to cross for 1.
And Mike Jameson fields. and restricts it to 1 run. Ronaldson comes into bowl. Slightly short down leg, and it's just been whipped around the corner. Jensen to field, and Tanuru comes away from the crease.
So it's another double to Kingsley Smith. In fact, that one has been called
off the bat.
Was it?
Oh, and it's gone up, but safe.
Skewed out into the offside. Whoa, there's some dramatic fielding out there. It's Spencer Day, that must be. Came charging in, fell over a little bit as he went to pick up the ball. But fires that bullet arm of his in, and they took 2 runs off that last ball of the over. 2-2-2 for 6 with 2 overs to go.
And Robinson to continue.
Yes, we've got the Robinson-Ronaldson bowling duo. Robinson will bowl the penultimate over of the innings, and then you'd assume that Ronaldson will bowl the ultimate over. Speaking of bowling, I'm looking forward to watching Kingsley Smith bowl for Districts. Apparently one of the faster bowlers going around in this tournament. He didn't play in the game that we covered, the Districts played on this number 1 wicket before, a few days ago. There's Dean Bush on strike for the first ball of this over. Ooh, edged by Bush, straight to the wicketkeeper, but they've somehow managed to scramble through for a run. Officer Tanu, the keeper, parried it away slightly, so that made the run possible. Wicket to Canterbury Otago. Mason Robinson, fresh off his century yesterday, couldn't repeat those heroics. He was out. Richard Petrie still going very, very well. Looks like the ball, in fact, coming over our way from the number 2 wicket. That's Scott McCarty, who's joining in the fun on the number 2 in the 3rd and 4th playoff.
It's not a big ground, the number 2. Oh,
big swing from Kingsley Smith, and unfortunately Officer Tanu couldn't gather that one cleanly either, and they've got a chance to run a bye.
I think Districts here are going to try and take as many opportunities as they can.
Absolutely, 2 good runners batting together. They'll just run for virtually everything, I think, Jason.
Slightly shorter ball by Robinson. And restricted to 2. Army chasing that down and getting that back.
Some sort of running repairs happened here to Kingsley Smith. Kingsley Smith getting some sort of glasses wiping device. Not sure why he couldn't just use his shirt like people usually do. In fact, he's getting Rudy Swanepoel to wipe his glasses for him, so that must be nice, having someone to wipe your glasses for you. Shades of Jack Leach there, the England spinner who famously wiped his glasses repeatedly during that famous Ashes Test match a couple of years ago. Ended up with a Specsavers for life contract, I believe.
Loss of contact lenses.
Yes.
Lots of optical
Optical challenges.
challenges
yes.
here. Bush plays that through the vacant gully area. Probably more of a mistimed drive more than anything. With a thick outside edge.
He's 6 off 5, Dean Bush, so he's doing the job. He's not known for his big hitting, Dean Bush, but good batsman. Used to play for Hamilton at representative level, but prefers to take his time. Not really accustomed to coming in at this stage of the innings and blasting boundaries, so he'll just look to nerdle it around and run hard. Gets a full toss on his pads though, and he's hit that nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Jamieson just pulls it inside the boundary, and they've run a 3. So yet another 3 on this wicket. I believe someone's keeping track of the number of 3s that we have had in this tournament. It's well now. Plenty of running for the over-50s cricketers.
One over.
So districts will be looking for a 240 plus score.
Big swing from Kingsley Smith. Doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Tanu'u, and this time he hangs on to it, so there's no chance of a bye. And that's the first dot ball in that over. Brings it to a close. 1 over to go now. 231 for 6 districts, so as you mentioned, Jason, 240 seems like a good target. That would require 9 off this last over to be bowled by Neil Ronaldson.
Yeah, well, he's been going for 5s and over, so I think Auckland are going to be hedging bets that they can at least keep that going. But I'm expecting some fireworks here from Dean Bush and Kingsley Smith. The last over, they've got plenty of wickets back in the pavilion, so I can't see why they just don't give it a good flourish.
Here we go, last over, just about to start. That's a great shot for Dean Bush. Swung away on the leg side, but there's a man down there.
Down to Robinson. He was able to get it in and restrict them to 1.
It was nicely swung away by Bush. A little bit unfortunate for him that there was a man right where he hit it. Kingsley Smith, the left-hander, on 24. He's batted well so far. What can he do?
And that's short. Oh, and just over the head of the infieldsman, and a scamper through for 2 runs.
Good running there. It was kind of a half a pull shot. It went over the regular square leg's head, but fell short of the man on the boundary, who's almost directly behind the square leg. Fell right in between the two of them. Chance to run 2. So this will be a hectic last over, I'm sure. 2 good runners. Nicely head out over extra cover, but again there's a man well positioned on the extra cover boundary, and they just get the single there.
This left-right combination causing some issues for the bowlers. Full toss.
I think Smith's going to come back. He is, as it goes down to long on there. He took off for the first, like he had every intention of coming back for the second, and wasn't able to do anything about that. Good running again from Kingsley Smith.
And Rollinson to Bush. And a slower ball, and it's wide-ish.
It's called wide.
And the umpire has signalled so.
He's tried that slower ball twice in this innings so far.
You might want to keep that one in the bag.
Yeah, the first one ended up as a knee-high full toss. This one was a wide, so they need a bit more work in the nets. Seven off this over so far. 2 balls left. Straight to the fielder at point, but again there's nothing he can do to stop the run. Last ball of the innings. Can they get up to that 240 target? Are needed to do so. They'll push up to here. It's gone to the right of the fieldsman, and
that's an easy 2, really.
It was well run from those 2. It's an excellent effort. Takes them to 241 for 6 districts. So they'll be ready with that, I think. That's a little bit more than we thought they'd get with 20 overs to go. 241 for 6. Very good effort.
Yep. Bush finishes on a 13.
I'll run you through the scorecard before we adjourn for lunch. Garth Littlejohn was caught by Ronaldson, bowled Dean Askew for 8. Took him 27 balls that, so it wasn't nice going from Littlejohn. Andrew Spence retired hurt on 3, we never saw him again. Good partnership between Horner and Samani before Horner was LBW to Randhawa for 48. Paul Tamanu didn't last too long, he was LBW to Ronaldson for 1. Then another good partnership between Samani and Chris Jeffries before Jeffries fell for 37. Just the 1 boundary from him today. A little bit surprising. 37, he was stumped by Officer Tanu'u off the bowling of Reece Henderson. And Adil Samani was the next to go. Caught Maya Chowan, bowled Mark Robinson for 69. Excellent innings from him. 74 balls. It's a 93 strike rate. 7 boundaries. Martin Pennefather came in with not long to go, scored a runner ball. He only scored 2. He was caught and bowled by Neil Ronaldson, and then a good partnership at the end with some excellent running between Kingsley Smith and Dean Bush. Smith ended 29 not out of 23 deliveries, Bush 13 off 9 deliveries. Bowling figures, Dean Askew, he was very good again at the top. 6 overs, 1 for 21. Mark Robinson, 7 overs over a couple of spells, 1 for 46 for him. Neil Ronaldson, 8 overs, 2 for 47. Had to bowl at the death, but did well today. Took a good catch off his own bowling. Amatej Randawa 1 for 37 off 9. Reese Henderson 1 for 43 off 9. And Maya Chowan none for 37 off 6. So, when we resume in about 30 or 40 minutes, Auckland will need 242 runs to win the 2021 IPT. See you then. Moments away from the start of Auckland's chase. There's been a slight adjustment to the target. Turns out District scored 240, not 241, so 241 will be the target for Auckland. Mike Jamieson and John Cleland opening the batting for Auckland. John Cleland didn't make an appearance on the field, still recovering from that quad injury that he had the other day. So apparently it's good enough for him to bat. He wouldn't be allowed a runner if it did get worse, because it's a pre-existing injury. Quick update on Wellington Tasman chase of that huge 295. They're doing pretty well. They're going at 7.76 and over. 132 for 1 after 17 overs. Richard Petrie 61 off 47. And Scott McCarty 34. Yeah, let's go in this one. Kingsley Smith starting for Districts. Run straight away for John Cleland. Mike Jamieson off the mark straight away with a very similar shot. Pushed into the leg side. Richard Petrie has hit 2 consecutive. Looks like he may have just hit a third. Indeed he has, so that's 666 for Richard Petrie. So lots of action on the number 2 wicket. That's down the leg side and it is given wide. Cut away by John Cleland. That's one of his favourite shots, is the cut, and he's quick onto it. First boundary of the innings, 4 to Cleland. Bevan Jenkinson's here. Bevan, you got any interesting snippets or stats or gems to share with us?
Well, I can go back to my usual stock standard 1 on 3s. There were 4 threes in District's innings. So interesting to see how many 3s will be run here. I can't imagine with Cleland carrying that injury there'd be too many while he's out there. Having a talk to some of the players during the lunch break and other bits and pieces, people think they're reckoning it's not a bad total. maybe a little shy of where they would want to be, but runs on the board is basically what everyone can agree to, and something to defend at least.
So it looks like it's going to be Dean Bush to open the bowling.
He was warming up in the break just in front of us here, so I figured he must be into the attack pretty early.
Still following that big over in the Wellington Tasman innings. Petrie seems to have lost a ball. He hit, but they found it again, and a dot ball over there.
Some good piece of fielding, though. That
Yes.
was it resulted in that dot ball. It was 4 all over him, 4 all over it. Otherwise,
Dean Bush will open the bowling from Showground's end. No great pace. Bowls along the wicket, swings it a wee bit.
And then the other guys sitting next to him going. Golden rule, isn't it? The mic's always on.
what's your thoughts on that total of 240, Jim? So?
It's pretty much what Canterbury Otago scored yesterday, and in the end Auckland chased it down fairly easily. And I think District's bowling attack is sort of on par with Canterbury Otago's. I mean, look, again, it really comes down to one big huge wicket, and that's that of Adrian Dale. If they can dismiss him for a lowish score, then gee, it's game
on top
on.
of it, isn't it?
They've certainly got other batsmen who can
Yeah,
bat
we're a
well.
perimeter as well.
Even Cleland here, he can bat for a while.
Jamison certainly knows which way's up as well. Pulled round. I reckon this will race away for 4 of you. Whoa!
Yeah, he's hit it well. He's timed it. Powerful shot. It was short and not a great delivery, but Jamison was able to find the gap, and that's his first boundary.
Yeah, Dean Bush doesn't get a lot of bounce with his bowling, does he? He normally stays quite low. That's what helped Jamison with hitting that one round. So it's just to push long on, comes in to field it.
Beautiful shot from Cleland, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. Nice elegant drive, and he's got to test that quad with a quick single in the end.
I was just having a look at Cleland when he ran that. Didn't look very comfortable at all in his face. Pretty grimacing, but he managed to get through. There was a bit of a throw, but he was home quite safe anyway.
Stretching it out a little bit now. So a little bit of a gamble that Auckland have taken, knowing that he's not fit, wasn't even fit enough to field.
look at that. So all the nerves have to regrow their whole new short.
Oh.
Not just reconstruct.
What's the problem?
Both batsmen on 7.
So they have to regrow the centre of the spine for the fingertips for 2 years.
Good job. See, my dog lost the use of his tail. Apparently we made her run over it in the car, but
almost the same thing.
rather than letting it go back in the There you go. If he lived in South Africa, they would have just cut it off.
Clipped away by Cleland. Good looking shot. He's turning for 2. He wanted 2. But the fit batsman Jamieson turned him down. As Paul Tamanu did the fielding. So just the single there for Cleland.
He'd still be able to play cricket. He'd throw the ball right the way over.
There's some interesting conversations that happen in a game of cricket, isn't there? Jim, I can't really repeat what's being said just beside us, but probably one of the most interesting ones I've ever heard behind the boundary. Does make the sport we love and follow interesting though, hearing those sort of stories.
Oh, it's well bowled by Kingsley Smith, just drawing Mike Jamieson off balance. He sort of stumbled forward a little bit there and beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery.
We have to figure out the dates for when it comes in. Because it starts on the
Yeah, is it like a welcome dinner again, or is it just start playing on the day with eggs and up?
Beaten again. Very, very similar delivery and similar shot by Jamieson, sort of falling over as he tried to push forward to that. To the bowling from Smith.
So I was thinking flying on the Sunday. Flying on the Monday. Yeah, no. Sunday and then fly out on the
Not so good on that occasion. Drifting down leg side for a wide.
Very good stop from Bert Horner though with the gloves. Certainly a good dive down leg side to stop it. He's got most catches in IPT history, 5. It was equal, sorry.
Well, no, you just say there are X amount of guys flying in and out of one between these 2 days.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah. I just need to know how many guys you've got, and I'll...
Getting some feedback coming in from beside us, Jim, from Jake Sorotsky. So good to see. Good to know he's tuning in, providing some humour to his mother beside her.
Beaten again for the 3rd time in the over, Jamieson. 3 really good deliveries in that over from Smith, but not able to find the edge.
Over in the Wellington Tasman chase, Jim, Richard Petrie, 93 off 57. He's
Wow.
He's enjoying the sun over there.
6 sixes. He's enjoying Finney's bowling. He's smashed him away for what could be another 6, I think. It is another 6. Now he's just 1 run away from his century. So taking a great liking to the bowling of Gerard Finney.
To be fair though, Cyrus, sleeping is cheating. You shouldn't keep sleeping for 4 days anyway. Just on it the whole time. Okay. Beer, a lot of beer in Wellington.
Oh, it's in the air, but bounces once before it gets to Aaron Hills at mid-on. So again we see one of those upper shots on this wicket, with the ball just looping up a little bit. Not many of them have actually gone to hand over the course of the 4 or 5 days we've been here. Cleland on the cut again, shot that he enjoys. Partially stopped by the fieldsman, and he'll get 2.
You ever go down there for that weekend? Wellington can be quite exciting.
Too much of a straight shooter. Jason's our media PR.
Richard Petrie on the number 2 ground, 99 not out, off 59 deliveries, 7 4s and 7 6s. Enjoying the bowling of Gerard Finney, who's bowled 2 overs for 33.
Oh, you're just letting too many secrets go. Live.
Aerial again from Cleland, but once again doesn't go to hand.
Got Sparkle hooked up. Oh, mate. Loving it. Life's got 39 degrees.
The umpire was looking at his scratching out his neck. Does that mean
Too bloody hot.
Has he not?
Just about boiled me the other day.
Jamison's found the gap this time. Down backward a point. And they'll come back for another double.
You just finished the patio area, right? All the concrete slab and all the rest of it. Next thing, I'll wake up in the morning going, what's wrong with my concrete? Bloody horse got out right and decided to have a walk on the concrete. Stretched it all up. Wife comes
And
out and I go,
Petrie's brought up his 100, cutting Scott Mason away for a single. So century for Richard Petrie, that's his second in the IPT, scored 1 against Canterbury Otago last year. So enjoys the bowling of the men from the province where he grew up, Canterbury. Of course he played first class cricket for Canterbury time, and now enjoys scoring runs against them.
What are you going to do? Are you going to try and skim it?
Kingsley Smith will continue here on the
Again?
number 1 wicket.
oh no. Big one, I like this mistake.
Auckland going along at 5.4 and over in these early stages. That's pretty much what they need. Sorry, they're going at 5.3, they need 5.4. They haven't really taken any risk in doing that yet. A little bit risky, that one from Cleland. Edged through the slips, probably where a 3rd or 4th slip would have been. And there's no third man, as is often the case. So that's... They are putting a third man in place now. Aaron Hills is going to that position, and Rudy Swanepoel's moving a little bit squarer at point. So there is still a big gap between the first slip, which is Dave Fulton, and the backward point fielder, but there's cover behind him. And he goes to the right of that point fieldsman, Garth Littlejohn now, picks up another single.
He used to play for Kaipaki, or he still does. Kaipaki, and when he was little, he played for Melbourne.
Slower ball. Bit of a fumble at mid-on there, that's not great fielding. And Jamison was alert to the possibility of that extra run, which he took. Again, Cleland. I think districts know that he enjoys the cut. They've gone straight to the putting that deep point out there right from the start.
Insurance? Yeah. I don't know about insurance. It's not my horse. Not my horse. No.
Smith beats Jamison again outside the off stump. It's the fourth time now that Jamison hasn't quite been good enough to get an edge on Kingsley Smith's bowling.
FMG. It's all good until it's our insurance company, isn't it, eh? Bob. Bob Jones.
Well, you're not with FMG.
Wellington Tasman scoring at 8.5 and over after the first 21 overs of their chase, so they seem to have that huge target well in hand. They only need under 5 from here. Although they have lost a wicket now, Scott out. So maybe that's the little window that they need, although I'm sure they would have preferred to get Richard Petrie out. McCarty out for 39.
My father had a stroke a couple of years ago, so he's not covered. He sort of looks up and goes, I'm sitting there going, there's all these bloody hoofprints. Oh. But you can't spook it because as soon as you do, with the sheep inside the house? Yeah. You don't want to. We've had ducks.
141 run partnership between Richard Petrie and Scott McCarty. It's been ended now. It came in pretty quick time, obviously. 17 overs for that partnership. It's clipped away into a very vacant space. There'll definitely be 3, even with an injury. Cleland can run through for 3 on that occasion pretty easily. Rudy Swanepoel had about probably 60 metres to cover to pull that one in. Bowling with a 6-3 offside field, Dean Bush, and the man on the boundary there is at mid-wicket, and he had to go right round to basically fine leg to get that one. It's up in the air. Chance will be a great catch if he can take it. There was nearly a collision though. 2 fielders not really communicating very well. Steve Kane, I think it was, and Martin Pennefather. It was up in the air, and Kane had to run backwards, and Pennefather was coming in from mid-off, and Kane just there signalling to his teammates that they should have given him some sort of signal as to what he should do there. So the end result was single to Jamison.
We've got 7 sheep about this. Just help keep the paddocks like, and every single one is a rescue. So they've all been raised in our house. So now that they're big sheep, they still think it's. So you leave the door open.
Going along at the run rate here though, Jim, that's the biggest thing is for Auckland at the moment, 0. Big 0 in the wicket column. And these 2 aren't looking too troubled right at this moment. As we know, it can be one ball just to turn things back the other way. Oh, a lot of touch from John Cleland, but not enough on it. Get to the boundary as the 3rd man comes round.
They're like boats that shit.
I'm just trying to turn that one round.
It's Jamison.
Yeah, it is Jamison. Yep. Which one's got the helmet on? Got a man there for mid wicket.
But they lure you in.
Right down the side.
I only hit 1.
Another wicket for Wellington Tasman. Looks like Greg Stretch didn't last very long. He's come and gone, and now Scott Pender's in there.
Only good money when you sell them. So you reap it. Yeah. Oh, I did that one.
Good news for Wellington Tasman. Richard Petrie's still at the wicket. He's got a bit of a sore back by the looks of things, but he's plugging along, reached his century, still going. Another good quick single from Cleland and Jamison.
Well, the way Petrie's going over there, Jim, the highest score in tournament history might be broken twice in in 2 games, 1 day basically.
Well, that's right. John Gary hit 113 in the first.
Looking shot there from Cleveland, but stretching it off.
It's in the air, and again we see a ball scooped up inside the circle.
At least the second one I've seen in this innings.
I'd say over the course been at least 20 or 30 that have been aerial for about 10 or 15 metres, but fallen short of any fielders. All along the ground that time, but the result's the same, no run.
Just at the moment going at 5 and over. Push from the showgrounds end, and Angela Smith from the One Tree Hill end. 5-run rate, 5.46. Down at 4.5 at the moment. Too much concern shown by both batsmen, although Cleveland has shown a bit more strength with his shots.
Maiden over for Dean Bush. First of this innings. So a spare a thought for Greg Stretch over in the second game. He watched McCarty and Petrie put on 141. Came out and got himself a 6-ball duck. So bad luck for Greg Stretch.
Should be leg bias maybe down leg side, but no signal, and maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there, Jim.
So what? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how close it got to the keeper.
This one's a short ball and toe end cued. That was an interesting one, Jim. First time we've really seen anything strange out of this pitch, this match.
Yeah, it might have been the pitch, but Jamison's had quite a lot of trouble with Kingsley Smith so far. We've seen him beaten at least 4 times, and then even when he bowls a long hop, he wasn't able to take advantage of it. That one's wide enough that Jamison doesn't have to play a shot. He does, but it's called wide. Big shout for LBW, and so Smith wins that battle. He had Jamison in a lot of trouble right from the start of this innings. Beat him outside the off stump lots of times, as I mentioned. That one, Fuller on the pads, and the umpire has a good long think about it and says that's out. So a little bit of an uncomfortable innings for Mike Jamison today. Comes to an end. He's LBW to Smith for 15. And that's the first wicket for the Districts team.
Just having a look at that one on the delay of the stream, Jim. Yeah, personally speaking, from the camera at least, it looks as though that was going down leg. Umpire is in a better position though. It's as good as it counts. He gave it out. That's what stands. So Districts is their first breakthrough.
Well, I think Mike Jamescu on that one, Bevan, he didn't seem particularly pleased with the decision. It may have been angled down leg. Hard for us to tell from where we're sitting at the moment, but you did look at the replay, so in the last 2 games that he's played, 49 not out against Canterbury Otago, followed by beautiful and clinical 101 not out against someone yesterday. Who was it? Maybe that was against Canterbury Otago yesterday.
Yeah. Shout here.
So he's in great form. He's been in really good form all season at over 50s level, averaging 166 in this tournament. He played against Kingsley Smith in an interprovincial match earlier in the season. Was impressed with Smith, the bowler. That was Adrian Dale's opinion, was that he bowled very well. So it should be a good contest between those two, especially early on. If you're going to get Adrian Dale, you've got to do it early. He can be a little bit of a shaky starter. As I mentioned yesterday, he often takes a few balls to get his eye in.
Yeah, he's got a few decent records though. High score at number 3 yesterday, 101 not out with 111. Record 5th partnership with Afisa Tanu'u yesterday, 95 not out. And second equal highest score going into today, but that's been taken out. I think it's down to about 5th now after all the high scores we've seen today.
Four centuries this season alone for Adrian Dale at over 50s level. As I mentioned yesterday, he got 3 of those within the space of a week. And then of course that one that he got yesterday.
Plus also, Jim, not to forget, you've got 49 not out again on Friday as well, so his average for the tournament must be pretty incredible.
Well, as I just mentioned, it's 166 at the start of this innings, his average for the tournament. Meanwhile, John Clint's progressed quite nicely to 23. A little bit of a gust of wind takes Bevan's empty McDonald's bag flying across in front of us. What happened that? Oh, again uppish. Once again we see a ball just chipped into the air in the infield. I'm surprised there haven't been more close-in fielders given all the little chips that we've seen. It was Adrian Dale, but it just fell short of Garth Littledon at mid-wicket.
Probably only about a metre in that, actually. That was close to one of the few that we've seen. And the Endo Dale survives and gets off the mark.
Wellington Tasman's target down under 100 required now at 5 and over. So they're on track there to chase down that mammoth 295. And if they do that, they'll end third in the tournament.
Richard Petrie has gone past John Garrow's score of 113, now 115. This one's been cut, and only fielder that's within cooey of that one is Chris Jeffries, but he's off the field at the moment.
Back cut by Adrian Dale down to the boundary for 4, as Bevan mentioned. It's one of his classic shots. He just sort of leans back and doesn't thrash it, just guides it. Great shot for Dale, that's his first boundary. Districts have tried to plug that gap and brought Aaron Hills.
Nothing between. It's been plugged now, but just put to our attention too. There's a big gap between wide third man and fine leg at the moment. Straight behind the wicket. This one's guided and back to point, just comes across, cuts it off. Yeah, anything short, Jim, you almost want as the batsman. I mean, as long as you get a good chunk at the bat, even an outside edge, you're gonna crew more runs, aren't you? With space like this.
Nice cover drive from Dale. There is a cover sweeper there, and he does a nice sliding stop on the boundary. And it's time for 2.
50 runs for Auckland. Coming in the 11th over. The run rate been sliding down just a little bit recently, but nothing too drastic.
Good leg side take from Bert Horner. It's been signalled wide. He did the bowling of Smith to grab that down the leg side, whipped off the bails.
Six overs, 6 over 1 to 30 is the figures. Yeah, quite a nice gentle breeze still floating around here, Jim, keeping things cool. The crowd is still, but everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, the ones that have been able to come down today.
Yeah, we've had good crowds most of the days, really. Great to see.
Also great to see the numbers. There's a few people watching online as well.
Yes, of course, if you can't be here in person, next best thing is watch it online via Pitch Vision interactive scorecard and the live streaming, which goes onto YouTube. Oh, that is a stumping that time. They've got the big... Oh, they've got John Cleland this time. He overbalanced as he tried to flick that ball down the leg side. Really good work from Bert Horner to gather it first and then bring the ball back and whip off the bails, and Cleland had overbalanced. Don't know if you can watch that again on your screen there. Yeah, excellent work from Bert Horner to remove the dangerous John Cleland.
Well, he threatened the over before, didn't he? John Cleland, just unfortunate there for him, not learning that lesson, making sure that back foot stays in the crease. It lifted. In the end, a pretty easy decision for the umpire, square leg umpire.
Just watching the replay there, and yeah, it was actually a wide, so I didn't.
Yeah,
I failed to
down leg
take
side.
note of that myself, but really good work from Bert Horner.
And something I've just seen too is that he juggled that in his glove before he took the stumps.
Oh, okay.
So it shows a bit how much time Bert was able to have juggling the take, and then but still taking the stumps off with the ball in hand, just to remove anyone that thought there might be controversy in there. But no, it's a pretty clean take.
So 53 for 2 after 11 overs. Both openers dismissed for middling scores. Both got starts. And we've now got probably Auckland's 2 premier batsmen at the wicket, both over-50s internationals. Chanawira Paruma, who plays for Sri Lanka, he's come to the wicket to join Adrian Dale, the New Zealand captain.
Well, he's averaged 38.67 this tournament with a strike rate of 86.5, so pretty healthy stats for Tana over the course of the 4 days.
Yeah, and he's looked good. He's got an entertaining batting style.
Some very Sri Lankan though, isn't it? The way he bats, the way he stands at the crease almost as when you've had likes of Joe Wardner, Sangakkara, De Silva, and all. There's been some good cricketing greats that have come out of that area. So,
He's
one is just picked up over mid off. It might just stop short of the boundary. Yes, it will. And they've only managed.
well, that's surprising, given the number of threes that we've had for a ball to go all the way there, so close to the boundary, and big chase to the fielders, and the batsmen only running 2. Maybe they're a little bit tired of running all the threes, but
Well, as I touched on earlier, that Adrian Dale managed to run 9 yesterday, 4 of his own and 5 others. Doesn't seem very keen on adding to that tally today.
good fielding from Dave Fulton. Listen on the offside. Got good hands, Dave Fulton. Fielder. Oh, another chance of a leg side stumping. It's called a wide, and I don't know if Horner even managed to remove the bails on that delivery. They're still on. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
No,
come off.
I've seen him replace it, so I'm going to have to have a look at the delay we have here, Jim, just to see what happened there, because there was definitely no appeal or anything.
Pulled away by Chanawira Paruma, and well, that's interesting. It bounced over the fielder. He slid in to try and take the catch. In front of him, bounced over him. The man took back to square leg, and it's gone into the boundary for 4 to finish a very eventful over.
Yeah, I've just seen it, Jim, and that was definitely down in a good time before the bails were removed. So that's the reason why there was really no excitement or anything. I'd say well spotted by the scorers. They both said that themselves.
Richard Petrie still going on the 129 not out. He is with 8 sixes. Wellington Tasman scoring at 7.6 and over. In fact, he's just hit his 9th 6, Richard Petrie, off the bowling of Andrew Nuttall.
Nice to see you.
Likewise. Yeah, pretty good ball to Dale. He's beaten him and beaten everything actually, and it's gone down behind the keeper. Dave Fulton tidies up. So a pretty good ball from Smith.
It's the second half chance that districts have had. It's probably even closer than the last one. So So I thought you'd said it was etched. This one down a fine leg as the man comes around.
How are you? You doing alright?
Cut two.
Oh, hey, fine, buddy. How you going?
Peter, my brother. Yes.
Nice to meet you. How you going? Oh, sorry. Living squares.
Oh no, I've only missed two.
How are you, mate? Going alright?
Yeah, it's going to cold again. So.
Good. You know, put your feet up, mate.
How many rosés are out?
So Adrian Dale perhaps still in that slightly streaky starting phase that he often goes through. Or maybe we should give some extra credit to the bowler, or a bit of both. Edgy again this time. There's no slip. It's where it would have gone if there was a slip, but edged. There is actually a deep slip / short third man. It's Dave Fulton, but it went wide of him. So a couple more for Adrian Dale. That's the third 2 in the over for him.
Doesn't get
This is the wicket that districts desperately want, that of Adrian Dale. So
Half chances come on offer. Got to take him. This one's just guided down to third man. Just pick up a single.
yeah, there was one particularly egregious dropped catch off Dale at the square leg boundary, which really should have been taken. And you can't afford to drop someone like Adrian Dale and hope that he's going to give you too many more chances.
Over the Wellington Tasman game, I think Richard Petrie might be suffering from a bit of cramp looking at the way he's laying down and having his leg stretched out. I know Wellington have their own osteopath, masseuse sort of thing in their team, so
yes, he's usually struggling with some sort of injury, Richard Petrie, but this looks like it might be his back. I'm sure he'll battle through, given that this is the last game. He got to the end of last year's IPT and was barely able to walk off the ground, so he definitely gives it everything. He's a big fella.
I was going to say he bowled a few overs as well, but I've just had a look at the scorecard and he only bowled one, so today.
Really?
Yeah, he bowled the last. Bowled the last over.
Didn't he get a couple of wickets?
He did,
Yeah.
2 for 7.
Oh, off one over.
Yeah. This one just pushed to mid-wicket. Got the vital wicket of Andrew Hall, who tried another switch hit and got the top of off stump taken off. I won't repeat what Richard Petrie said, but he was happy about it, to say the least. Bush,
Cut away. What a fantastic piece of fielding from Kingsley Smith there at short third man. It looked like it was going to beat him, but he threw out the right hand, diving to his right. Really good bit of fielding.
Well, the best way I can call his dive, Jim, is that in some cricketing circles is known as the Bevan dive. It's very slow, almost falling, and that worked for Kingsley on that occasion.
I haven't seen the Bevan dive, but I can imagine it. I'm not sure. That one's skewed away outside the edge of the bat, outside half of the bat rather, over point. For a couple more. It's one of the shots that he likes, is that lofted cover drive, but he didn't get it out of anywhere near the middle of the bat really.
More edged that one, didn't he, over
He
the
did.
top. But runs a run. Sort of slow full toss.
Surprised Paruma there. He was sort of hovering on the back foot, and that ended up being an ankle high full toss. There's another ball hit by Richard Petrie, interrupts the game on number one. He's hit Andrew at least 2 consecutive boundaries now.
You're right there, Jim. 4 and a 6 on the last 2 deliveries from Andrew Nuttall. And actually, no, three consecutive boundaries, 2 4s and a 6. So, Petrie taking a liking to Nuttall at the moment. So just forward pressed to forward point. Just having a look at Andrew Nuttall's bowling figures at the moment over in that game. He's usually pretty miserly, as you've touched on, Jim. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48, so not very miserly today.
And Richard Petrie approaching his 150. The highest score in New Zealand over 50s cricket is 155, scored by Adrian Dale recently. So that record could well fall if Richard Petrie can hold his body together for a few more overs. Kingsley Smith to continue now into his 8th over. Haven't seen any changes in the bowling yet. Nice shot from Adrian Dale, wide of the mid-on fieldsman. They'll come back for 2, turn for the 3rd and make it quite easily. Nice on drive from Dale. And looks like Richard Petrie may have fallen. Not literally. I mean, his wicket may have fallen. He's walking off. Not quite sure how he's been dismissed, but he has not been able to break that record for the highest score. Still excellent effort from him, 144 I believe. And he's set Wellington Tasman up for a successful chase, getting a well-deserved applause as he walks back.
the whole scenario has been living abuse the whole team. I suppose it should be too. How are you, mate? Yeah, good. Going all right? Good. Why don't you join back? Good. Scott. How are we going? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, mate. Well, yeah, with Peaches is let's get up. Canterbury had their wicket-keeper bowling yesterday.
Geez, that looked like it hit it.
So there's a whole lot of fun and games that Richie tries to keep it.
I was trying to caught by Andrew Hall, he was.
Smith just struggling a little bit with his line in this over. It's his 8th over, as I mentioned. He's slipped a couple down the leg side, and one was wide-ish on the offside as well. Ooh, that's a better ball though. Beats Weeraparuma as he tries to cut.
Is there an age that you have to be under to be in
I think we'll have drinks after this ball. And that ball will produce a single to Weeraparuma, and indeed the players will take a drink with Auckland 76 for 2 after 15 overs. We'll be back in a moment or two.
Oh, they might actually have lollies in there because I bought some today. Unless they leave them all. No, I think it's in that. No, it was in that blue one. Well, that was where I put them. Take those out if you want. Yeah.
Ahead of where we were yesterday. Oh, sorry, no, you've got the wrong team. 15, 2 for 66 and 2 for 76. And for the photo ops. So we were ahead of the runs, but so if we go on after drinks as we did yesterday, we'll get there with 5.
That's not good. How would I know that? Why would you tell me that? Oh, good. Jesus. That went down well.
Yeah.
Was that just you, was it?
Nah, sticks took 2 handfuls.
Yeah.
Sticks took 2 handfuls.
Just one. Handful.
Quite a few of them took like a good old handful, chucks them in their pocket, and they each eat them throughout the fielding. For a good old pickup.
My kids have got nothing else to do.
Scores.
Oh my God. That what drama.
Looks like Dean Bush is going to perhaps bowl his full complement of overs. He's about to start his 8th as well. 15 overs into this innings, and we haven't seen any change in the bowling attack. Third and fourth playoff still going Wellington Tasman's way, despite the dismissal of Richard Petrie. They need further 65 runs. We'll come back to that in a moment. They need a further 65 runs off 13 overs, so that's only about 4.5 and over Wellington Tasman to win the third and fourth playoff, and therefore finish third.
No, the packets, the bags. This is the only one that's just
One run counter.
snakes, anybody? Oh, these are extra. Some aeroplane fun.
So Adrian Dale has progressed through to 19 off 21 without too much fanfare, which is how he usually does bat. He can often get up to 20, 30, 40 and you can't really remember any specific shots, but it's a sign of a good batsman often. That will be a wide. Bert Horner's looked pretty good behind the stumps today. Taken a stumping, had another opportunity or two. Keeping the batsmen on their toes, standing up to the opening bowlers here. So it might sound obvious, but districts need to do one of two things here. They either need to take a bunch of wickets or bowl really tightly and get that run rate required up over 6 and then 6.5. If it just stays the way it is... Oh, come back to that. Chanawira Paruma could be out here. Safe catch by Martin Pennefather. Wira Paruma scooping that one as he often does hit over extra cover, but that one he just got under it a bit and Martin Pennefather came around from mid-off and took a pretty good catch over his left shoulder. So that's a key wicket that perhaps falls into category A of the ways that districts can win this game, by taking wickets, and they've dismissed one of the key Auckland batsman, Chanawira Paruma, out for 10.
It's free time.
Oh, that was your deck, wasn't it?
Stu Jensen will come and replace Wira Paruma. He batted pretty well the other day. Yesterday, in fact. Kept the score over as Auckland required him to do. Wickets for everyone as we see Canterbury snaring another one over there in the third, fourth playoff. But Adrian Dale stops the rot and pulls out another one of those classic cut shots, hitting it backward a point and down to the boundary for 4 to finish that over, rather spoiled the excellent over for Dean Bush that included the wicket. So Dean Bush has 2 for 39 now, 2 key wickets, most recently Chanawira Paruma. And Auckland 83 for 3. Looks like Scott Pender was the man dismissed in the 3rd-4th playoff. Hamish French is still batting, and he's been joined by, looks like Jason Kilworth from Nelson.
Jesus, is that Dave Lobb umpiring out there? That was way down there. He was being smart too.
District's persisting with Kingsley Smith, so he's going to bowl out his full complement of 9 overs. Straight off the top. I can see Adil Samani warming up, so he might be ready to replace Smith. It's an interesting decision for Districts to bowl their 2 frontline pace bowlers, 2 of their frontline pace bowlers straight through without a change. I guess you could say it's worked. They've taken 3 wickets.
No, there's no hundreds, eh? Oh, there was no 100 on it.
How many wickets has my dad got? One of them was compulsory. He always gets run out.
Don't tell him that, because then he'll really get pissed off.
It's a good delivery from Smith. He's beaten quite a few of the batsmen today outside the off stump.
Quite a few left. You mean countdown?
It's a chance. No, it's not. Sorry, it's gone over the top of the fieldsman in close. Looked like it might have gone straight to him, but it's gone over his head, and just a couple for Stu Jensen out to mid-wicket.
And the crowd gets bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, misfield there from Garth Littlejohn. Turns around and gestures at the ground, but I'm not sure he can ring the outfield for that. Just didn't quite get his body behind it. And that allows Stu Jensen to take another run. Big shot from Adrian Dale over mid-wicket. Really nice flick, not allowing the District's bowlers to get on top. It was really nicely played over mid-wicket. Really good timing.
He didn't look like he hit that at all when it raced over the boundary. Chance it looked like it stayed there, and it didn't get there.
So Adrian Dale has moved nicely on to 27. Kingsley Smith has bowled out. 9 overs, 1 for 50. Probably bowled well than those figures would suggest. Dean Bush, who has 1 over left. Looks like he's going to bowl out as well. He's taken 2 for 39 from his 8.
One day you won't.
Is there bowling with you?
Yeah, nice forever.
That side's not I just like Stewie.
It's my Lena.
You stole my toy.
It's helping my neck out. With the commutes come to Auckland, I need it in one round, please. I've got one here. Very handy. Easy.
Might be a leg by, that one. Umpire's tentatively tapping his thigh and then lifts the leg as well to turn it into a full leg by signal.
And the glass.
Wellington require another 45 runs to beat Canterbury Otago at only 4.5 and over, so they're still doing well there. Canterbury Otago brought Andrew Nuttall back into the attack.
I have a laugh and like I said I didn't go through the window, they're like, and then like now
We need to do, Stewie.
has it not been over?
No, not yet. Two to come. After one more.
93.
Might be another leg by, this one. Pretty much an action replay of earlier in the over. It is.
94 after the 18. And 2 wickets.
So both opening bowlers bowled out now. Bowled their allocation of 9 overs. Dean Bush 2 for 41, so pretty good spell from him.
And 18 overs.
Took those 2 important wickets. John Cleland and Chanawera Paruma. Mike Kingsley Smith has the other one. That was Mike Jamison, LBW. Cleland fell for 25, Jamison for 15, Wera Paruma for 10.
Full, like, playing cards after a bit of wind. Use that one for like, Jim.
Oh, see some spectacular fielding from Barry Cross from Canterbury. Canterbury Otago, after a long tournament, flinging himself full length to save the boundary. Really good effort from Barry Cross, one of the fitter players in the tournament.
Those parts you do not have an injury at the end of the tournament. So
Well,
another match tomorrow, how many could you be on the team?
exactly. Not if I probably don't get this, but I did say that I suspect
So, first bowling change, Adil Samani coming into the attack to bowl his leg spinners, which he bowled at first class level for Northern Districts for a couple of 1990s. And he'll be bowling to the man who faced plenty of bowling at first class level, Adrian Dale. Starts with a bit of a half tracker, as he did the other day. And it's called a wide.
Just around the corner.
Short. Cut away by Adrian Dale. He doesn't miss out on that shot very much, and the ball races into the boundary right in front of us here. On the veranda in front of there's a little bit more. And a rare miss on the cut for Adrian Dale. Sweep from Adrian Dale, big appeal for LBW. The umpire's thinking about it, thinking, decides against it in the end. Didn't look plumb from here where we are. I think perhaps the district's players appealing largely because of the importance of the wicket more than because they were convinced that it was out. And Dale responds with a beautiful cover drive, which may reach the boundary. It does. Really nice shot from Dale. So, plenty going on in that over. Some good balls beating the bat. LBW appeals, wides, and 2 boundaries. 11 off the over.
Not named in the team.
What do we need? 240. 140.
241, they've taken 1 off.
Let's hope it don't come down to 1.
What do we need now?
136. Yeah, it was actually head of the house, big 2-story house. So how many edifices are there? 5 bedrooms.
Martin Pennefather will be the new bowler from the showgrounds end, just setting his field now. He hasn't had a fantastic IPT this year. In fact, I could say it's the opposite of fantastic. He's just taken the 1 wicket for 105 runs, on for 5.83 and over. So very unlike Martin Pennefather, who played for New Zealand at the 2018 World Cup, and in fact in the first series that New Zealand played against Australia prior to that, and did very well, was very reliable. Did have an arm injury that kept him out of the 2020 World Cup, and since then he hasn't quite returned to that form that he showed in 2018. Anyway, he's got a chance to put all that behind him. Starts with a bit of a half tracker though.
No, I'm good.
Jensen smashes down to long off.
There's going to be no runners needed. I'm not. Play cricket, you.
Come on, Richard, get your act together. You worry about that spreadsheet, do you know? Go off again, mate.
Off, misfield in the covers, allows him to turn a dot ball into a run. Fielder apologises to his teammates for screwing that one up.
Oh, listen, run, Dane!
Go, Daddy.
It's well bowled by Pennefather. Bit of a false shot from Jensen, but another run.
How many to
So
come?
we've seen singles of all 5 balls in this over.
Even number.
No, we want an odd number one.
We'll make it 3 then.
No.
And make it 6 singles in the over as Dale punches that down to long off. Very easily done, milking those runs.
Alexa, feet up. One up, one down. Where do you live?
Down.
Auckland?
Who do you want to win?
Yeah.
You live in
Down.
Auckland? Mum's your club supporter.
Did you go to support Auckland?
Yep. I don't know if I'd go Auckland. Live in Auckland.
Oh, no.
We got 6 off that and 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah. So I support whatever team my father is in. I support whatever team my father is in. Yeah. Now I can't say that grab people.
A few changes to the field. Samani prepares to bowl his second over,
Yeah, but it's just
bringing the cover sweeper in inside the ring. We've got man at backward square leg on the boundary, corner on the boundary, long on.
I've read the feet off the ground rule.
So it looks like just the 3 fielders on the boundary. They are allowed 4.
You better not.
That's what happens if you lift your feet up, you get shot. Oh, it's over in jail too. We won't be able to hear that, will we?
Bit more tinkering with the field.
Oh, they might be able to hear it.
Oh well.
Okay, Samani's ready. Dale's ready, we're ready. Let's go. No, not quite ready. Fielder has to come around a few metres to his left. That's the man on the square leg boundary. He has to move around. And finally we are ready.
Yeah, well, Stu.
After all that, they do get a little single into the offside.
They just got a single.
Yeah.
And how was it too?
1-1-2 because they were 1-1. How do you add 1? You get 111 and add 1 to it. What do you get?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the runs that they got. Like on there, how it said 1-1.
Oh, no, the scores.
Oh.
Jensen on the sweep, doesn't connect.
110-1.
Yeah, 101 is 1. All the ones. 101 is
And Jensen finds the gap on the offside. It's coming down towards us again. Steve Kane can't cut it off. So good cut shot from Jensen. Copying his Captain Dale in that cut shot. It's his first boundary.
Has Dad bowled all his overs?
yeah.
You can still get a catch.
Run
Off
out.
of AD.
Run out.
No ball, free ball.
And that is a no ball from Adil Samani. Rare to see the leg spinners bowl a no ball, but that will be a free hit coming up. Stu Jensen, the field cannot change, so let's go. Moves across his crease and whacks it away down to fine leg. He hasn't really timed it. So it'll just be 2 as Dean Bush tidies up. It's probably a bit too full to cut. Oh, well, that was that was interesting. There was a half appeal from Bert Horner, the wicketkeeper, and the umpire started to raise his finger. He got halfway up to giving the batsman out, and then realised that no one else had appealed. Thought better of the decision and turned the out signal into a gesture, some other kind of gesture. So that was quite interesting, that one. Anyway, Bolt's a dot ball.
Head off. Oh, was it a leg bye? 119. 21. 119. You need 241.
Off of 20 overs.
Wellington Tasman just 21 runs away from winning their match. And they've got plenty of time. They only need to score at 3.5 and over to win that one from here. Still going at over 7. So a lot of runs in that game.
I got one with all the numbers. Oh, you found it? Another one?
Really not that. Sorry. It was Michelle. My hands are very clean.
How's the internet gone on this?
Adrian Dale beaten there by Martin Pennefather. Yeah, thanks mate, go for it. Getting tired.
Lots of activity out here at Cornwall Park. Another beautiful day. A little bit of wind coming from the south. Pennefather to Dale. Gently placing it through the point, 1 run. Stu Jensen to face. 3 left in the over. Oh, he's been struck on the pads a few times, Jensen going across the line. Umpire not interested. Late cut. And scamper through for 1 run. And Jensen, he moves to 15 off 19 balls. And another over is completed. Auckland move to 1-2-1 for 3 off 22.
Just the other game.
So 21.
Been pretty lucky with over the tournament though, Jim, haven't we?
Certainly have. We had a bit of rain on Friday morning, but didn't stop us getting a game in. Since then, it's been beautiful.
Full toss. Killed by the wicketkeeper. Umpire not moved and led by. Brings Adrian Dale to face. Another foolish delivery, just gently placed down leg side, an appeal for a run out, but Jensen was home. He's pretty quick between the wickets, is Stewie. So even with a direct hit by Dean Bush, it wasn't quite enough to remove the batsman. Another sweep by Jensen. He's really looking to go after this bowler. Keen to get back to ball. Another single taken. And Auckland moved to 124 for 3. Delicately placed back the point.
He probably just had his bet on the line as the ball.
Jensen again persisting with that sweeping motion and earning himself another run. Bowler quite hopeful there. I think there was a bit of bat on that. Not timed by Jensen, but nevertheless, they go through for one run. Brings Dale back on strike.
44.
Full toss, above waist height, and pushed around the corner, and that's 4 runs to Dale. And a no ball. Thank you. No ball?
Yeah, I don't know how to do more than one no ball though.
I'll just go.
But that won't give runs to Adrian.
Yeah, it should do.
No, it doesn't. So I'll just do that. Okay. No, it's not ideal.
Oh, and he's punched that.
And that's his 50.
And that's 50 for Adrian Dale. Auckland captain, leading by example.
Leave me alone now. Oh! What was
Adrian Dale's average in this toss is now 213.
Right, Stewie, keep going.
How many overs has Dad bowled?
all of them? 9.
How many runs did he go for? Oh, 42. Oh, I missed one. 42.
End of the over. And 138 for 3.
Oh, I forgot to find the right score.
138.
After 24.
24.
Wellington Tasman only need 8 runs to win their game. And they have 3.5 overs to do that, so they're looking really good to chase down that big score of 295 that Canterbury Otago posted. So that'll be a good result for them, finishing third. They'll be pretty happy.
There you go.
It's like a white thing. It was black and
What's the score over there? Over an hour.
288.
So I better go over there then.
what's the run rate? What was our
So the target run rate now moves to under 5 at 4.94. Auckland at this stage looking comfortable would be the best way to describe the match so far. Ooh. Jensen just setting himself up here for a good solid innings, supporting Adrian Dale, who is obviously the leading partner in this duo. Again, really happy with just pushing these singles and keeping the scorecard ticking over. Over completed. And 143 for 3.
142 of 25.
Sorry, 142 for 3 off 25 overs. Pennyfather drops it in short. Adrian Dale on the back foot and scampers through for a single. Short and missed. Pennyfather to Jensen. Jensen charges. Oh, and stumped. I think Jensen's patience just wore a little thin there, Jim. Didn't really need to play that shot.
No, that's right. He didn't. He'd been playing quite sensibly. Mistimed shots earlier in the innings, but yeah, that time he just lost his patience altogether and went charging down the track at Pennyfather. Missed it, and Berthorn has been really good behind the stumps today, whipping off the bails at every opportunity. So when a real opportunity for a stumping came along, he gratefully hung on to it. So that's the breakthrough that Districts would have wanted. Maybe not the batsman they were after, but they've broken the partnership of 64 between Jensen and Dale, and maybe that just gives them that little window that they would need with 20 overs to go, and Auckland needing less than 100 from here.
And that brings to the crease Afisa Tanu, who scored 49 not out the other day in a partnership with Adrian Dale, so they'll be looking to continue that. Afisa is a batsman who doesn't like to be kept crease bound. He does love to throw the bat around a bit. unconventional, but nevertheless really effective. It'll be interesting to see how he handles Pennyfather, and I think you'll see some of the field starting to spread. Square leg moves out to boundary. Pennyfather comes in, and already you can see Tanu heads through for 2, and he's off the mark.
I thought he batted really well the other day. Yesterday, in fact, was batted sensibly. Didn't do anything silly. Pushed the ball around when needed. Played a few big shots as well. It was an excellent innings with Adrian Dale in a partnership of an unbeaten partnership of 95 to win that match. So he's in good form, and so is Dale, obviously.
Over completes the run rate required, still sitting around about that 5 mark. $20 overs remaining.
Wellington have beaten Otago Canterbury to finish in third place. They knocked off that target of 294 with the best part of 2 overs remaining, 4 wickets in hand. So congratulations to them for finishing third. The defending champions, they still are, for a few, maybe another hour or 2. But they finished third in this year's tournament. So that game started earlier than this one, so that the players can come and watch the conclusion of the grand final, which is the game that we're watching, obviously.
Big, full, and hit. Not enough on it to make the boundary and get past the player, but nevertheless. Surprised that wasn't called no ball. Samani to Dale. Another foolish delivery. No run. corner by Dale. It's not going to make the boundary, but it's a and a ball to finish the over. Tanu remains on 4. Auckland 150 for 4 after 27 overs. Auckland's middle order has actually been pretty good all tournament, Jim, I've got to say.
Yeah, it was actually their area of weakness last year, Jason. They really struggled in that 4 to 7 area, and that was what saw them finish third, I think. But yeah, much better this year.
Well, for guys like Dale who bat a long time, having guys at the other end who can hold that end up.
Right, Adrian Dale didn't score many runs in last year's tournament in the first 3 games, so that was the other factor. he did score a 90, but that was in the 3rd, 4th playoff, which was the game that Auckland won. So we can include Dale in that poor middle order from last year.
It's quite cute though. He hits the ball in the middle. He's so low down.
Uses his feet to move.
You would know we were both standing up. There was about that much in it.
Is he actually taller than you?
Yeah. Or is it just the helmet?
It's the helmet, yeah.
At that time though, he just did that and drove it straight. And 2 runs. Oh, 3, there's small mix up. Oh,
Yeah, we're on.
Dale just home. I think he was sweating bullets on that one.
I'm good, enjoying the tournament. Oh, good. Over there, look. If you run across now and wave that way, you'll probably see him. No coats? It's definitely no coats. Or at least no coats. Richard, would you? And then I got up off the seat. And everyone laughed.
86.
So I thought, oh, so good.
Dale just pushes it through for a single. He's not running that freely at the moment. I understand that he's got a pulled thigh muscle, and he's not
Going into the match?
I believe just going into bat. So yeah, that's why he might look a little bit ginger on it.
Go Dino, go Dino. They want 2, they want 2. Bushy!
And 2 there. Tanu. And he moves to 9. Going it better than run a ball at the moment. Short, blocked, stay.
1 for 31.
End of the over. 28 gone.
28 forward. When Jojo and I went up the hill and then we came down and ended up a little bit lost over the over this year.
What's Tanu's average for the tournament there, Jim?
In front of you. 55.
So Professor Tanu is currently on an average of 55 for the tournament. He'd be pretty pleased with that. He enjoys batting. Probably lucky to get away with that one, Adrian Dale.
Is that a run off the bat?
Ooh. May have just clipped his pads there. There were definitely two sounds. And one run back with a point. Auckland's partnerships have been, they haven't stagnated, they've kept the scoreboard ticking over, which in this form of the game, even deliveries like that, which really should have just been a dot ball, and being able to pick up a cheeky leg by and just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, that was a feature of their chase yesterday. Whenever a new batsman came to the wicket, he didn't let the run rate creep up too much. He just kept going. Could be a. Thought we might have seen the first all-run 4 of the tournament there. No, not quite. Still, it's another 3.
The Shrikes have got a defensive field, to be fair. Which is why the Auckland batsmen are able to pick up these singles, because there's players outside the 30 metre circle, and that's just allowing them to get those singles.
Just the 4 bowlers used so far for districts as we reach the end of the second block of 15 overs. No sign of Rudy Swanepoel yet. He was one of their best bowlers yesterday. He does generally come on a little bit later in the innings, but they can't leave it too late today. They also have Garth Littlejohn as an option, but I think he's struggling a little bit with his leg. And Crichton Bowl, we haven't seen him either. Whoa, big head from Tanu, that's way over it. It's hit the Cornwall Cricket Club office. That's a big hit from Tanuhu. He launched into that, gave it a great swing of the bat, and it went sailing over the head of Steve Kane at mid-on, long on in fact, and big 6.
And another well placed. That's going to be 4 runs.
No, just cut off. Just cut off. Good timing though from Tanu'u.
And 3 runs.
And another 3. So 9 off the last 2 balls. Dale responds with the easiest of singles. Maybe just thinking he'll give Tanu'u the strike now. 11 off that over. That's a big one. And that will be drinks. So 30.
Oh, he said no. Oh, okay. I'm not that anal. That's what I thought, but that was more so why I took the hand away. Because I was like, okay, no, there must be a very good reason.
So the players are about to resume. Drinks break has just been completed. Adrian Dale will continue on 65 off 61. In that innings so far, 7 fours, no sixes, and a strike rate of 106.56. Ofisa Tanu'u, 22 off the 17 balls he's faced, including 1 massive 6 going into the scoring pavilion at Cornwall Park. and his strike rate is 129.41. Okay, Rudy Swanepoel has taken the ball, and he will be bowling to Adrian Dale. Swanepoel, another, or is he more of a leggy?
No, he's a left arm spinner, left arm orthodox. South African originally. Moved to New Zealand about 15 years ago, I think. Played in New Zealand's first ever series against Australia back in February of 2018.
Not bad, starts off with 2 dot balls.
I think he played in both of the matches that New Zealand played against Australia in that series, but wasn't selected for the World Cup later that year.
Adrian Dale push there to the mid-on and goes through for 1. Professor Tunu'u to face Swanepoel for the first time. Very interesting to see what tactic he takes. I can pretty much guarantee if it's in the slot, he will try to dispatch it. Oh. Muted appeal by Swanepoel. Full and dispatched by Tunu'u. That's 4 runs. And he quickly moves to 26 off 19. And Auckland move to 180 for 4. Last ball of the over. Full. And Tunu'u just lets that one slide past. That's the end of the over. 31 gone. Pennyfather about to commence his 7th over. More leg buys. Again, Auckland very good at just keeping this scoreboard ticking over. Pennyfather to Tunu'u. Oh. And a cheeky single.
Well, that would have tested out Adrian Dale's dodgy leg. It was a quick single.
Dale faces, Pennyfather comes in and short. And again, those singles are just costing districts. And Auckland are prepared to take the chance and back themselves for those sort of runs.
Districts just haven't been able to string any dots together, bring the required run rate up at all to any stage.
That run rate is now sitting at 4.37 required. Again, another single to Adrian Dale, and their partnership moves to 42. Tanu manages to dig that out and just push it into the onside end of the over. Auckland move to 185 for 4 off 32 overs. Auckland making comfortable work of this at the moment. So districts, they need to make something happen here. Swanepoel. Again from the monument end. Of course, the monument end. Yeah. Dale comes forward to meet him. Drives that through to the number 2 pitch. And that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Well timed. You don't often see Dale getting flustered at the crease, do you? He's just...
No, and he very rarely loses his shape, hardly ever plays an ugly shot. He's done it all before.
Oh! Tanu tried to sneak a cheeky one there and he was sent back by Adrian Dale. He said, "Not this time, buddy." And that's probably why. He's loving what Swanepoel's putting down at the moment. And he just puts that away for 2 runs. Fielded on the boundary. Swanepoel just bringing a few players around a bit squarer. Dale uses his feet, pushes it back to the bowler. Auckland making light work of this at the moment. Ooh. And a slight misfield there by Bush, which allows Dale to go through for another single. And he moves to 75. His partnership now sitting on 49. And a reverse sweep. Tanu is bringing them all out today. End of the over, 33 gone, 192 for 4.
One of the other little statistical oddities that we might keep an eye on, Jason, is leading run scorer in the tournament. Richard Petrie, of course, scored 144 today. He had 120 before today. That gives him 266. Adrian Dale had 166 before this inning, so if he can bring up 100, which at this stage is looking odds on, then he'll become the leading run scorer in the tournament. He needs to score at least half of the remaining 50 runs though to do that. He only just got his 100 yesterday in similar circumstances, so just a little thing we can keep an eye on. Got a change of bowling. Garth Littlejohn is coming on to bowl his off spinners from the showgrounds end.
Yes, Richard Petrie would be pretty disappointed the way he went out today. It was just a very casual shot, just ballooned up to mid-on and taken, and I think he was, it was a magnificent innings, but disappointed with that. Way to go out. Probably deserved a not out, to be fair.
What's the point of having friends in high places if you have to look online?
Dale moves forward, blocks.
Say where's our cheese?
I know, good.
Say where's our cheese? There's a cheese board over there. Yeah. Where's our cheese? I've never been considered high before. 5'1" and a bit. I'll take high anywhere.
And there's the use of the feet. It's gone up into the air. It's going to be... what a great catch. Steve Kane in the deep, diving forward, and he's taken it 2 inches above the turf, and his teammates are all over him like a cheap suit. Look at that.
That's right, they know that that's the wicket that they needed. They've been trying and trying to get Adrian Dale out. They haven't managed. In fact, no one's managed for 3 games now. But he came charging down the wicket, and just saying he hasn't lost his shape much, but on that occasion maybe a little bit he did. He's getting a round of applause for his 75, but I think he would have much rather brought this game home. But still an excellent innings for him. But what about that catch?
It needed something special in order to get rid of Dale.
That's right, Kane probably had to run in about 25 metres, and he didn't do that particularly fast, but...
Oh, he's a big man.
He is, and he still needed to put in a sort of a dive lunge forward to get it, and he scooped it up around his bootlaces, so really good effort by Steve Kane, and credit to Garth Littlejohn as well, getting a wicket in his first over.
75.
This brings Neil Rollinson to the crease.
Did you see all the man loving going on out there?
Now the batsman did cross, so Tanu'u is facing.
Here to say they're all in a bubble now.
And defends.
So that does answer that question about leading run scorer. Richard Petrie will be the leading run scorer for the 2nd year in a row. And interestingly, Reece Henderson will be the leading wicket taker for the 2nd year in a row. So we've got the same stats leaders year on year.
Tanu'u, he wanted to put that into the hospital grounds. And that is into the car park. 6. There's your 6 runs. Tanu'u, he doesn't want to hang around. And that is the end of the over.
Wow, that was an outstanding shot. It was much better than the one he tried the ball before, where you said he was trying to put it into the hospital. That one he very nearly did. Really clean hit of the bat, hit of the ball. Went flying over us here in the pavilion, and I think it's gone into the car park. Some children have run off to try and retrieve it. Great hit from Tanu. He's moved to 34 now. It's his second 6.
198.
34.
So there's a small break in play at the moment as we try and track down their ball. Umpires are asking questions.
Can just run through the scorecard quickly while we wait for the ball. John Cleland was out for 25. Mike Jamison out for 15. He was at LBW Kingsley Smith. Chanawera Paruma for 10. Jensen for 21. And most recently Adrian Dale for 75.
So the ball has been retrieved. No cars damaged in this wee phase of play. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We do have an insurance specialist available should any windows have been damaged at all.
Reese Henderson's mum, who did an impromptu spell of commentary earlier, she was advised to move her car from a similar position there, which I believe she did.
Ronaldson to face his first ball. Swanepoel continuing from the monument end. And this will be an interesting matchup. Rolly pushes forward. No run. Oh, another short ball, and Districts, they want the umpire to put their...
A wide maiden. That's what it was. A wide maiden. Mate. Which is mate. We'll both put on you. Your face went red after you screamed off the AD. I didn't what it was AD.
Dot ball. Ronaldson not interested in a... Auckland fairly much in control. Tanu hits the ball back and collides with the non-striker end stumps. Nothing to see here. Umpire puts the valves back on, and last ball of the over about to be bowled. Tanu. Oh, a misfield by the bowler by Swanepoel, and Tanu calls through for the single. And it's that sort of running which has allowed Auckland to dominate this run chase. There's been quite a bit of misfields today. I think after 4 days of cricket, there's a few tired bodies out there, Jim.
No doubt. Probably, to be fair, maybe a little bit better fielding than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was pretty bad, particularly in the drop catch department. You're right, there's been loud singles and twos to be taken.
And here we go, Little John bowls to Tanu. Just lets that one hit the pad and no run. The Districts now are going to be they're going to be hunting wickets. Huge call from Catchit from
Well done, Rolly!
Yeah, again, 2 runs taken when really one should have been enough. Tanuu smashes it back at the bowler.
Really winds up into those shots, doesn't he? Powerful man.
No, just
Ex-All Black, of course.
okay.
Also played for Manu Samoa. He's got a lot of beef there. And then a deft touch as well.
Yes. He does love his cricket, Officer. Always has. West Aucklander, true blue. Oh, and Ronaldson. Oh!
Great diving effort.
He gets 4 runs there, and that was very close to the catch.
Yeah, Martin Pennyfather sticking out one hand, trying to pull off a miracle catch. But, not able to do so, unfortunately, for him.
I don't think districts are running out of time. They just I think they're just waiting for the Auckland batsman to make a mistake, and it's runs like that. You know, that was just a put round the corner to a short fine leg, and again another single, which allows Auckland to take the score to 209 for 5 off 36 overs. You know, the run rate is now down to under 4 runs and over. So there's no scoreboard pressure there for Auckland at the moment. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. Remember, they're chasing 241 to win. And in this form of the game, 45 overs. Ronaldson. Drives that through for 1 run. This is Swanee Pool's 4th over. And he floats that up to Tanuu, who makes his ground again. Say Tanuu loves playing his shots. He loves the ball coming onto the bat. Strong man with a low centre of gravity, I think, is the appropriate. He moves to 39 off 36 balls. Ronaldson. Nice push that round the corner. Fielded, no run. Swanee Pool to Robinson. And end of the over. 37 gone. 211 for 5. Auckland in control. Little John to continue his third over from the city end. And a little bit of a discussion between himself and the wicketkeeper. Two batsmen come to the middle. A couple of small changes in the outfield. With a batsman like Tanu in the mood that he's in, it's going to be very hard to defend. Purely because they are pushing those singles as well as going for those big hits. You know, already this partnership's moved to 19 in very quick time. Bit of a false start there by Little John. Danu faces up. Slightly short and blocked. No run there. And Tanu, he just leans back and slogs it straight over deep square legs, head first.
It might have even gone further than the previous 6, Jason. That one off the back foot, but hit with a lot of power.
Luckily there's no cars down there. And Tanu, he moves to 45. And of course he was left stranded on 49 the other day. And again, that's just showing the diversity of shots that Auckland are playing at the moment. Those little singles are just hurting districts at the moment.
Yeah, great stuff, Rolly.
Rollinson just pushes it forward for, again, a single. And gives strike back to Nu'u. And again, he just squeezes it out and pushes it round the corner, and that's 2 runs.
That was a big over. Was that 11 off? Let's see.
And Tanu, he's on 48. Oh! And Little John ends Tanu's innings 48.
So again, he falls short of a 50 to Na'u. He was left stranded on 49, as Jason mentioned last game, and now he's been bowled for 48, going for another one of those big heaves over the onside. Didn't make any connection, and Garth Littlejohn's picked up 2 wickets now. He's gone for 8.5 and over, but he has taken a couple of wickets. Probably a little bit too late. Good round of applause for Tanu as he walks off.
He'll be disappointed with that. He was looking good there to make his first provincial 50. Yeah, it's gutting. gutting. End of the over.
Michelle. Michelle.
Auckland moved to 2-2-1 for 6 off 38 overs. 20 runs to win. I don't think the overs and the required run rate is going to be an issue with 3 runs and over required. And it will be left to the likes of Neil Rollinson, and Dean Eskew joins him out in the middle.
It'd be nice if Dean Eskew could be there when the winning runs are scored, or perhaps score them himself. He's been a great part of New Zealand over-50s cricket since its beginning. Bowled the very first ball that New Zealand bowled at international level, and still closely involved, particularly in the Auckland team at the moment.
Still gets it down at a fair whack too. And that one has just snuck underneath the bat.
Samani back in the attack now. 6 overs earlier.
Auckland got to be just a little bit careful here.
A couple of good leg breaks.
I think you'll see District's attack here. I think with not a lot of runs to defend, and one less right there, one leg by.
Come on, Askew! Come up here!
I'll let you sound like that. It's my shout, don't you go away. No, you just have to drink some True. I can imagine.
A lot of support here for Eskew.
You can't tell me. I'd love to buy it.
No, the umpire is unmoved by that. No, we do not have a third umpire.
Oh, that's Dean.
The purist in Dean would have walked if he had hit that.
Exactly.
So you know there was no bat in that.
The bird was cheating. Is that what you're saying? Hey? Jimmy?
What? No,
The bird was cheating.
I never said anything.
He's allowed to.
Well, this is a really good over from Adil Samani, making his comeback after being milked around quite easily earlier in the innings. That was a really good over. Spun a few.
How many off that? One,
just a leg by.
one leg by. Yeah. The district's brains trust getting together in the middle, just trying to work out how they're going to snaffle these last 4 wickets. They're bringing back Little John, success in the previous over with the valuable wicket of Tanu for 48. Who is it?
19 off 36.
Rich, the umpire's trying to signal something here.
2-2 for 6.
Umpire just asking for the scoreboard update. Little John to Rollinson. Yep. Rollton just making a bit of a mess of that one, but nevertheless, no harm, no foul.
My son's just messaged me. I think he's.
We apologise to all listeners. The scorer is obviously well and truly entrenched in this game and likes going ooh after every single apologies, especially to her sons who are listening.
We've had a word with her and been assured that it won't happen.
Severely reprimanded
Cheers.
as she slurps on another glass of Chardonnay. Anyway, ball pushed out to long on and a single taken.
Thank you.
Full defensive there from Dinescu. No run taken.
Not sure how long Dinescu will be able to resist with his defensive shots. He loves to give the long handle. There it is. Didn't make any contact, but that's his area. That sort of arc between long on and mid wicket. He loves to put the ball there. So quite a couple of overs here as Auckland get close to their target. But mini cost, you could say, with a couple of wickets falling. Dale and then Tanu'u, leaving it up to the all-rounders, the New Zealand players, Ronaldson and Askew, both very experienced. Saw Adil Samani bowl a really good over in the last over. And if he can somehow snaffle a wicket here, then I wouldn't say districts are out of the game, although the odds are still in Auckland's favour.
Oh, I do it all the time, don't I? We should just make a compilation of you saying.
Experienced heads out there, Jim?
Absolutely. On both sides, really. If you look, you've got Ronaldson and Askew there. Ronaldson came very close to playing first-class cricket. Askew played a lot. Samani played a fair bit. Even Bert Horner's played one or two list day games.
Oh, and that Ronaldson has hit the ground there and missed the ball completely. Again, I think District's plan here is to attack that leg stump.
Oops. It's more good bowling from Adil Samani.
Another groan from the commentators. Unbelievable scenes.
This second spell from Samani has been really good.
And Ronaldson just pushes that forward, single there. Brings SQ to the crease.
Well, this will be an interesting Lohani versus Askew. As I mentioned, he doesn't like to just sit around and block the ball. Askew, he likes to hit it.
I think Dean may actually have a go here. That's where you've got to bowl to Dean, is just that outside off and just that ball coming up slightly. And that is too short.
In there though, it's one bounce.
And with that, Askew gets off the mark.
It took him 8 balls, which is unlike Dean Askew. And Samani's struggling a little bit. He did have a hip injury when he was batting.
Looks like he's done a hip flexor, is my understanding.
And he's clutching his ankle at this point, so
everything's going.
Various parts of the leg falling apart as we reach the fag end of this long tournament. 4 games in 5 days, 45 over matches. It's a lot of cricket for anyone, let alone men in their 50s, some of whom don't play a huge amount of cricket outside these tournaments. Most of these guys are still regular club cricket, but not all. Okay, so
Little John continues.
17 required. Just getting a little bit darker now.
And the run rate's creeped up to 4.25.
Yes. So Auckland may have to just start thinking about scoring runs. So we're creeping up on 6:30 here, so the ground is covered in shadow now.
Dave Fulton got dismissed from the field. PT came on. Yeah.
Sharp single taken there. Just drops the ball down. Dead bat.
Sizable crowd now. The pavilion veranda is full. The little enclosure to the left of the pavilion is full. The Sri Lankan contingent around the boundary, they're still here as they watch the conclusion of this tournament. Neil Ronaldson, cool head, just bunts it down to long on for a single.
I think he doesn't have to take a lot of risks. Just some astute batting.
There's the big shot from Askew, but
one bounce.
There is a man there.
Deep square leg and 1 run.
So things getting a little bit desperate for Districts. 14 runs required, and them still needing 4 wickets.
Oh, and there's a push with the hands from Ronaldson. No player there to take that. It would have been a very simple catch. But fielded by Dean Bush, who comes back to the boundary. False start by Little John. And some hesitation there, a yes, a no, a maybe. No run taken. And 1 ball left, and this will complete the 42nd over.
I don't think Auckland would want this to go down to the last over though, Jason.
No, that would be annoying. Oh, and a big shout. Leg by. Askew scurries through. And that brings up the 230 for Auckland. 3 overs left. And we're at 4 runs per over required.
I should just point out that the target for Auckland is 241, not 242. District's score was adjusted down by 1 run at the
correct, yes.
lunch break, so it's showing incorrectly on your screen. 241 is the target.
I thought you were running out the other side. The bear's needing a drink. Saying. Yes, it is. That's not straight.
Auckland still have some batting to go, but I don't know if Districts really would want other batsmen to come in, to be fair. I think they'd be quite happy with having Dino out there.
Certainly wouldn't want too many batsmen coming in.
Run rate has dropped significantly, obviously, with the loss of Dale and huge applause. Lolly run. Outstanding behaviour here.
Young 6-year-old gentleman carrying a bat and a box of lollies out to the batsman. Race back to huge applause.
Let's just clip the outside of the pad. No run taken.
Close to finish. Still say it's definitely advantage Auckland, but
this is Samani's last over, and that's clever. That's clever. Just 1 run taken. Eskew happy for Ronaldson to take the next ball.
Yeah, he's showing a lot of restraint, Dean Eskew.
Change the bowler.
I've seen him play a fair bit, but I haven't seen him play in innings quite like this. And Neil Ronaldson, genuine all-rounder, played a lot of senior cricket here in Auckland, so he would have been in situations like this many a time. Never with an over-50s interprovincial tournament trophy on the line, though. Oh, was that a stumping opportunity? He was beaten outside the off stump. That one looked like
I think he had his foot well in.
He may have done, yes, and Bert Horner, for once, wasn't able to whisk off the bails. He's been doing it all day long, but on that occasion, just a little bit of a fumble from Horner. I'm sure they would have gone up hard if he had taken that. Good bowling again from Samani. So this second spell from Samani has been excellent. His first spell was milked around by Dale in particular. He's battled through this leg injury, or multiple leg injuries that he's got in these last 2-3 overs.
Oh, and that was short.
There's a cover sweeper, which is Pennyfather, but he won't stop the second.
And that's 2 runs. Moves Auckland to 233 for 6.
And the target's into the single figures now.
Ronaldson gets a full toss and he puts it backward of square. There's a man down there. They go through for 1 run.
So, got 2 overs left. 7 required to win. As we mentioned, I don't think Auckland would want this to go down to the last over, even if they only need 1 or 2 off. So there'll be some discussions here about who's going to bowl. No, it's going to be Little John. But I'm sure there will be some discussions about field placement.
Well, Little John's taken 2 wickets, so
He has, and he's brought his economy back really well in the last 3 overs.
Come on, Dino, you're being shielded from the strike. Assert your dominance.
Dean Eskew's manager giving him some encouragement from the sideline.
Yes, there's another one coming back on the leg sides. We've got 2 men at cow corner. In fact, it's Ronaldson.
I think they're going to set it up for him and see if he can miscue one. Miscue. Oh.
Bit of a flatter delivery. He's certainly not going to be
playing a bit of hockey with it.
Won't be hitting anything too long on around the cow corner with a ball like that.
But I do
Yeah, this is just going to play on Eskew's patience now.
8 off 11 balls. Big hit from Ronaldson. There's the man there. It's gone. Oh! Wow, how crucial was that trap in the sense that he went for the big shot to where there were 1, 2, 3 men waiting, but somehow he's cleared the head of Rudy Swanepoel on what is perhaps the longest boundary in this ground. The boundary does curve into a big pocket there, but Ronaldson just enough power to clear it and landed in the marquees there, so that may have turned the game. Let's see. A crucial point in this game. If Swanepoel had managed to catch that, well, it would have been anyone's game.
Neil Ronaldson rather.
So was that a cool head from Ronaldson or a panic shot? Assume the former.
Oh, and there he is. He's placed it. He's placed it. And they're going to run for 2. And there's the win to Auckland. Auckland win the inter-insual tournament here at Cornwall Park, beating Districts and finishing on 241 for 6 of 43.2 overs.
Congratulations to Auckland, winners of the 2021 Interprovincial Tournament. They've won by 4 wickets with that little dab down behind point on the offside by Neil Ronaldson, following that big hit for 6 in the previous ball. Players are shaking hands now to Auckland batsmen Dean Askew and Neil Ronaldson. Very deserving for those two to hit the winning runs. They've done a lot for over-50s cricket in New Zealand. Excellent effort from Districts
Are you sure it's not 100?
to come back from a disappointing tournament last year and run Auckland close. So excellent effort from all involved. 241 for 6 with 9 balls remaining. Applause for the 2 batsmen as they walk off, shaking hands with their teammates. A lot of smiles among the players. Adrian Dale leading the Auckland players. He's been sensational in this tournament, averaging over 100. And we're going to see the 2 captains shake hands now, Adrian Dale and Bert Horner. A lot of these players have played with each other and against each other at various levels over the years. First class cricket, provincial cricket, underage cricket, and now overage cricket. And of course 4 New Zealand over-50s level, even some of them for other countries at over-50s level. So great camaraderie from the players throughout the tournament. So it was a good chase from Auckland. John Cleland and Mike Jamieson started things off. Mike Jamieson was the first to go. He was troubled by Kingsley Smith right through his innings, and he fell for 15. Just hearing a round of applause as the Auckland players walk off the field. Crowd here. The District's players line up and applaud them as they leave the field, the Auckland players. Champions. John Cleland scored 25. Adrian Dale is fantastic again, 75 off 74. We thought when he got out, maybe Districts had a chance. Chanawera Paruma out for 10. Stu Jensen, 21. Officer Tanu'u, another really good innings for him, 48 today. Neil Ronaldson and Dean Askew bringing it home at the end. Neil Ronaldson, 22. Dean Askew for 4. Thanks very much, Jason, for your help in the commentary. And Bevan Jenkinson just dropped in to give his final thoughts on the tournament.
Yeah, pretty good way to finish that one, Jim. Congratulations to Auckland. Unlucky for Districts. Great tournament. And thanks to you, Jim, and others that have helped put on what's been a really good show the last 4 days.
And special thanks to you, Bevan, for all your help. Much appreciated. So, given that there's not much appearing on the screen at the moment, we'll end it there. And thank everybody for watching. Remember, you can watch the highlights from the game on the Pitch Vision interactive scorecard. You can watch this match at your leisure on YouTube. And all the links for these things will be on the New Zealand Over-50s Cricket Facebook page. So, as the Auckland team pose for a winning photo, I'll say good evening from Cornwall Park.
Paparazzi's out.